Good morning, everyone. Today is July 21st. My name is Katie, and this is the Atelier Nekuzuki stream. We are now live and going. Just making sure that I'll be able to see the chat, whether it gets sent through to Streamlabs or not. We're working on card wallets today, as we were yesterday, and I have 100% overcommitted myself, mostly because I also want this googly-eyed little kitty cat, because he reminds me of Remy. So we are going to go in and cut the elastic for these ones that I added. What happened is I went into my room to cut the backing twill for the ones that were missing backing twill yesterday, right? And then I saw scraps on the floor that were kind of tucked away so that I could use them later. Like, these are scraps. Use them for something. And then I went, I'm going to cut more. And so now we're well and truly overcommitted, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing like overcommitting to a brand new product 3 weeks before your biggest show of the year. Always the way of it. And that is all right. I'm here, mostly here for it. Okay, so I want the googly-eyed boy on both, and then I can have the sleepy kitty cat, because they both remind me of Remy. Remy was the gray boy, one of the OG quality control inspectors, and he passed very suddenly just over 2 years ago. So there's a few fabrics that are definitely like, here is my googly-eye boy. All right, so that one's going to be mine because, you know, totally wanted one for myself. I think I've got a googly-eyed one on one of the backing pieces as well. I thought I did. Yeah, I specifically cut this one because that's the one I wanted. I'll just make sure that that is still the one I want because this one's pretty good too. I like this little curl-up cat, but the little curl-up cat, yeah, is pretty well displayed on the pocket. So we're going to keep the googly eye boy for me. Okay, how many did I say I had? I counted them so that I could, like, cut the elastic, and apparently that just went, yeah, no. My brain went, we are not retaining that information, lady. Why you always expect me to retain that information, I will never know. So right now we're working on card holders for Knit City as well as Omatsuri. Omatsuri is the Japanese festival in Calgary on August 10th. And then Knit City Calgary is it's Knit City Vancouver, but in Calgary, basically. So going to do those two events, and then the next event will be Shindig on October 19th. That is what's confirmed. I have other stuff in the works, but we'll see what happens here and like what I can get lined up over the next little bit. Right now we're going to work on sewing all of these together, and then we'll go into making the actually I just had a brainwave about a new pattern that I want to do. So we'll see what happens. I don't know yet. For some reason I have 3 of these pockets. I think I'm supposed to have 4 technically, but oh well. Now I can choose the best 2 out of 3 for at least the one. Alright, so this one's going to be mine with the googly boy here. And the googly boy and the like curled up and the googly eyes up here. There we go. And then, oh right, that's what we needed, is I needed the count for how many elastics we need to cut. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That doesn't, I guess it might be right. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really off. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, that's nice. Only 9 to cut. These definitely have to be cut to exactly the length or else they can't get clipped in very easily. So we'll do that today instead of how we were doing it yesterday. And then, yeah, I had a brainwave this morning because I was like digging through stuff and I'm like, I really want to make them some more mini traveler slings, but like I want to make obi versions of them. But the cut for the actual obi or the mini traveler sling would be too little for a lot of the obi motifs. So I was like, but the mini traveler sling indicates that there is a larger traveler sling, which I knew that there had been released. And lo and behold, I think it'll be perfect for obi. So yeah, again, 2 to 3 weeks out from a couple major shows, and I'm like, new products. Apparently that's just going to be the MO this year, you know, whatever. Let's lean into it, right? So I will be looking into that here. Well, today probably. She's been a pest today, so we're going to try and not let her be a pest. But I definitely just saw her stalking the elastic when it hit the floor. She's like, I am going to get that elastic. Feeling her beans. At least we haven't had a cat escapee today, so that's good. Yesterday, Flynn got out, and it took like an hour to 2 hours to find him. So we were still looking for him around this time yesterday. It's just like, oh my God, cat. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, what did I say, 9 or 10? See, it's just like I said, in one ear, out the other, hardly in the brain even. We're going to cut 10 anyway, just because I'll be making more of these, I'm sure. Honestly, I should probably just cut this whole roll into this length of cut, because I'm not using it for anything else, that's for sure. By the way, if you ever have any questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I mostly monologue in these live streams, but I'm always happy to see some, like, have that monologue directed. We sat down and really looked at our basically it's always a poke around to see like how much it's going to cost us to go to Japan with the kids, because we're not going till February 26th with them. But basically I built the trip out yesterday based on where we would be in comparison to like Chinese New Year next year, or 26. And Air Miles had an absolutely like dirt cheap for points anyway, like under 2,500 points round trip per adult. So it was like, and then of course you have to pay the taxes and fees, which is the most annoying part, because honestly that is actually the most expensive part of those flights. So it was like, yeah, $800 for the flight, but round trip, that's still not an insane, like, it's a good deal. But yeah, it was like, holy crap, that is a really cheap amount for the actual like flights themselves right now. So there was that, and then there's like just like looking at like what hotels would be costing and everything like that. So I think we've got a pretty good trip planned, actually. Because it was like, okay, Dallas, do you want to like go do a bunch of new stuff, or do you want to do a bunch of repeat stuff? Because of course the kids will have never been. Dallas hasn't been in like 8 years at that point. So it's just like, honestly, we're probably just going to repeat a lot of what we've done, along with a few new things kind of thrown in. So, because the debate then was also like, do we go down and do like Hiroshima and Miyajima? And it's like, no, I don't think the kids, there would be no perspective for the kids on that area. So we will wait until they're a little bit older for that sort of thing. And because I want to go stay at like Miyajima, one of my like goals is I want to stay on the island overnight, so that we can go out and see the Sea Gate at night, which I think would be really cool. So that'll be more enjoyable when the kids are older and able to also participate in that. All right, so this is the slow, tedious part of these guys, is getting them all like clipped together. And then the sewing seemed like it went pretty decently quick yesterday. in about 45 minutes or so, I will be going upstairs for lunch just to like basically stuff a sandwich in my face, which will be fine. That's all I feel like doing today. Did get out for my run today, which was excellent. Yeah, just in the thick of summer right now. It is hot, hot, hot here. So all right, I'm gonna throw a couple more on the sides here for clips, and then we'll put this aside to sew. And then apparently it's bunnies next. Flip this. Bunnies and hedgies and Shibas, oh my. Oh right, I want to make sure that the bunnies, there's a bunny on the front of most of these. Actually, I like the sakura on this one. So that's what we're going to go with instead. And I think on the front of this one is more bunnies, so we'll do that. Yeah, there's the bunny. Excellent. And then you get more of that blush pink as well, the darker pink. And if you're like, Katie, why are you using black elastic with these guys? Because I don't know where the white fold over elastic is. And honestly, it's looking fine even on the lighter ones I normally would pair with the dark or with the white elastic. So I'm just like, all right, use what we have right now. I don't get overwhelmed with supplies because I can't really use or I don't like this one for binding, which is what I bought it for, like the interior of the planner pencil pouches. So here we are, we're going to use it for the exteriors for these. And if you're new to the channel or just kind of surfing around and have stumbled across me, I'm Katie. I work with Japanese fabrics from Kyoto and Tokyo. I go over and purchase them in those cities in Japan. And then I come back and I make all of the products in my studio, as you can tell here. Dahlia is one of the other OG quality control inspectors, so she'll make sure that everything is up to her exacting standards today. And Flynn is actually here as well, he is the second generation younger quality control inspector. Not by much. They don't like each other, which is kind of hilarious. Remy tolerated Flynn, but Dahlia and Flynn do not get along, that's for sure. All right. So I know, usually I want to be in and sewing right now, but I went in and cut all the twill for the ones that I was missing twill for yesterday. So now we can I don't have any kind of cuts sitting around. Well, there's one, but that's because it's missing pockets. So not much I can do there. And then, but we'll get to sewing here in a few minutes. Pre-lunchtime. Maybe that's the goal, is I'll try and get these all sewn together before I go upstairs for lunch. And then I'll go up, stuff my face with the sandwich. And then come back downstairs. If it's hot where you're living, I hope you're staying hydrated and cool as can be. We are definitely cooking here right now, at least for Alberta. This morning it was 75% humidity, which for us is it's humid. Yeah, that was pretty intense. So I was like, holy crap. When I started out on my run, it was about 17 degrees, and I came around the corner between some houses, and it was like in my face with the wind. I'm like, oh, that's a little bit chill. And then by the time I was done my run, I was like, oh, this is no longer a chill wind anymore. It actually wasn't too bad out, but yeah, it jumped from like 17 to 21 degrees while I was out for my actual run. So it's just like, whew. Glad I got out when I did. I'll be out a little bit earlier tomorrow as well, because kids will drop off for school and everything. It's Sunday. We had a little bit of a sleep in. Well, not much of a sleep in, actually. My youngest ended up crawling into bed around probably just before 6 o'clock, and was not having any kind of like rest. It was like, Mama, what are you doing? It's like, I'm trying to sleep. And they're like, oh, okay. Mama, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. Oh, okay. And I was like, oh my God. Whew. What you trying to do? What are you doing? Sleeping. Oh. But they did go to bed really early last night for them, so. Well, even for them. The youngest is definitely more of the morning person than the eldest. But, yeah, that was a little bit intense this morning. And Dallas was out for his run and gym time, so there was like no way to just send this kiddo downstairs to Dad for me to chill. So, because normally that's what I would do on Sundays. As you can see, Delia takes her job very seriously. She was, while I was cutting, she was actually in the cutting studio, like playing with the rotary cutter. And I'm like, or jumped up while I was cutting something. I'm like, dude, you are going to get us both hurt. Ugh. I was just like, get out, get out, get out. The problem being that if I close the door into the cutting studio, then they're both at the door, like picking at it, being like, hey, 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 let us in, right? She's like, yeah, whatever, Mom. Delia is the cat, not the children. The kiddos are actually in summer camp right now, so they are not actually down in the studio very much over the summer, which is good for all of us, to be honest. So gives them a break from being down here, gives me a break from them being down here, because it's not like I don't like them being down here, but my goodness, when they are, they pretty much instantly create a mess. So I actually tidied up finally the last mess from them being downstairs. Puzzle pieces, markers, crayons, all that stuff. Could I have done that earlier? 100%. But it was also like, oh, if they have to come back downstairs, then it's just easier sometimes to leave it be. Okay, a couple more clips on the sides here. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I need the pockets, cat. She's like, all right, if you're going to disturb me that much, I'm out of here. See ya. All right. So we're working on getting these pockets clipped into... We're just working on getting card holders clipped together here. Had a brainwave for this like idea this week. Decided to run with it. I am like 2 weeks out from Omatsuri, which I think these will be the best suited for. I'm 3 weeks out from my largest show of the year, which is Knit City. This year it's Knit City Calgary. Usually we're out in Vancouver in September, and I'm just like, it's thrown my schedule completely off because I'm like, oh, I still have another like 6 weeks. No, I don't. I've got 3. So here we are. We'll do what we can do. Why I decided that I need to do new products right now, I don't know. And there is actually another one that I'm thinking of doing. Basically, it's the big sister or cousin, big sister, to the mini traveler sling, because I pulled out a bunch of obi today. No, I was looking at the obi today and I went, this isn't really going to work. Like the motifs are too large for the mini traveler sling. So I'm thinking I might buy the traveler sling pattern and make some traveler slings. In what time? I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out. But sometimes it's like you gotta run with that inspiration or it just fizzles, right? And I think the pattern is like right, like she's got a really good pulse or like finger on the pulse of like what's going to be popular for sewing and stuff right now and like what's going to sell. And so I'm like, okay, I think I need to just kind of follow along with it. She does have some really cool little hip packs too, but I don't really want to sew hip packs. So we'll do these things instead because I think they'll be popular as well. All right, so that's a singleton. Yeah, look at you, squishy boy. I don't know why it's a squishy boy, but it's totally a squishy boy. Yeah, this one's going to go on the front. I love the chaotic color scheme of this this fabric, and I always have. Love the dark teal on the background. I love the like bright colors on the cats. Like it's just so good. I love this little grumpy one right here. So good. Okay. And then we'll put this on, and then I think we're okay. I want it to go on this side. I think we're just about done here. I think there's 3 more after this. 1, 2, 3. And I just realized I don't know if I've clipped. Oh no, Angry Apron Cat got done yesterday. That's right. Okay. So we're good. The sienna, like burnt sienna version of the Angry Apron Cat got sewn yesterday. The unbleached linen version didn't get sewn yesterday. That's what happened. There we go. Okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is just line up the base here with the base of the exterior. Obviously, I'm a little bit off on my interior cuts. That's fine. I much prefer to be off on my interior cuts than my exterior cuts. But there is some wiggle room in these. The cards, like the card slots definitely fit the cards. I'm not worried about it having to be trimmed down that tick like that. It's probably about 1/4 inch, maybe even less. Although I think what I could do is actually clip the pockets to the exterior and then like, let's try that. And then just put the twill over top basically, because it's not really going to change anything to end up having to, yeah, not going to change anything between the two. So let's try that for this one. And it's all lined up and I don't have to worry about anything. Okay, and if you're like, Katie, that's covering all the motif on this side, don't worry. It's going to actually go on to the opposite side and then it's not going to cover the motif on either of them. Okay. So yeah, so if I put right sides together like this, and I think we should just be able to clip like this. There we go. Took me far too long with this one to see that the hedgehogs were actually pretending to be cactuses or cacti. Way too long. I think it took me like 2 or 3 years. I'm like nearly out of the fabric and I'm like, wait, The hedgehogs are the cacti. I can't even blame the kids for that one. Because I have had this fabric longer than my children have been around. Yeah, look at that. That works amazing. And then we just clip the twill to the exterior and we're good to go. My goodness. Okay, now I'll still throw a couple more clips in just because it does help hold everything together here. And then we'll make sure that the elastic is lined up there. All right, so that'll be the number one thing to make sure I do next time, or the next like round. That's how we'll clip everything. Obviously, we'll still do it with this next couple that I have to finish as well, but my goodness. Ooh, I just remembered we still have lasagna. That'll be lunch. I was like, I'm just gonna make myself a bologna sandwich. No, lasagna. Okay, we want angry apron cat to be facing out. So we're gonna put him. I don't know why it's a him. It's a him apparently. But this cat is just very angry about doing things. Go. So yeah, so right sides together is what we're doing. And we'll clip everything together here, and here, and here. Anyway, lasagna. I have lasagna in the fridge, and that will make for a much better lunch than a bologna sandwich. Nothing against bologna sandwiches. We've been eating a lot of bologna recently because it's been easy, and like, because of course the kiddos' preschool daycare is peanut free and everything like that. Bologna sandwiches are just, they're kind of the PB&J now, at least for our household. So it's just like, if I've got leftover lasagna, that's what I'm going to eat today. Sweet. One more, and then we'll actually get to the sewing of these. I have an extra elastic, which is not a big deal. I'm going to put it on this side. One more handful of clips. A clip there, and a clip here, and then, all right, I don't need that for any more of these. And then we're going to take the Dharma will face up on this side. Perfect, 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 perfect. And then Shiva will face up on this side. All right, here we go. So clippy clip, 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 clip. And since this is going to get sewn, I'm not going to do the last two on the sides. I do leave the opening at the bottom because I tried the opening on the side of this and it didn't catch the pockets as well as I wanted. So the pattern does call for the opening to be on the side, but we're going to leave it under the card holder pocket. My chair is fallen into the ruts. We have shag carpet in the house, and including the basement. And apparently, even with the chair, like floor protector, it's like, okay, do usually run a little bit extra over all of these seams, a little bit more over the top of the card pockets, because that's a point of like a high stress point. Turn, sew across, turn, over the elastic as well, because high, seam, card pocket, corner pivot. There we go. Now, I was not chain piecing the ones yesterday, but honestly, I am tired of not chain piecing, so we're just going to try it here. I think we can do it. Radio silence. Sorry. It's just like getting into the zone of the sewing. Zone into it. Go. Okay, we get that. Pivot. Down. Off. All right, so we're working on getting the card holders that I have committed myself to sewn. Last minute decision right before the shows. You know, nothing like deciding 2 to 3 weeks before your big shows of the season to add some new products in. Also, for some reason, I am totally not into sewing the small box bags, even though I know I should. So at least this is like productive procrastination. It's also one of those things where it's like, I have not actually gone through with a lot of the lightning strike moments that I've had this year. So it's like, okay, let's at least go with this one. It's fairly harmless. It's a fairly quick project overall. And I think it's got a niche that's going to do really well in. So if you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Katie? It's these little guys. So basically what it is it becomes a card holder like this. And you fold it back, and so it can be business cards, credit cards, license, whatever. I needed something that was like, I need something that's a little bit slimmer for when I don't want to carry my full wallet, which is most of the time. Very rarely have to carry my full wallet anymore. But like, I still need my license, and I need my like credit card or something like that. So and this will fit extremely well in the front of the mini traveler sling. Just as a heads up. getting quite a collection of clips, so I'm just going to put them in the clip bin. And yes, there are more luggage handle covers in here as well, but those we are going to ignore until after Knit City. I'm trying not to have too many whips left over after Knit City, but would I be me if I didn't have any? No. So they're all prepped and ready to go, and they can, like, I can definitely put them into production again when I'm like productively procrastinating, essentially. Is that the elastic? Oh no, the elastic's on this side. Okay. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3. So 3 more. That's what I added this morning. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, sweet. So not actually that many more to go. Oh, I think I just ran out of bobbin thread. 100% I did at the end of the last one. All right, so that is the first thing or next thing to do is to swap the bobbin. Bobbin, 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 bobbin. Bobbin. Okay. New bobbin in. We put the thread through. Pull the thread up, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And through. Bobbin on the winder. I am good. There we go. All right, now we go back in. Okay, I'm glad I noticed that before I started really sewing this. Because honestly, one of the worst things is like sewing through something and then realizing that your bobbin thread ran out like 6 things ago. The slings went really good, so I think I ended up selling about 5 out of the 13. So considering that like they were brand new, I haven't really marketed them or anything like that. I'm very pleased with what they did. I am going to put the price up a little bit. For the next round, just because, well, one of the other makers is like, I sell it for this price, so I don't want to undercut anyone, and I'm like, sure, I will sell them for more. But I kind of like, again, it's like I was just putting the feelers out, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, definitely they went really good. And we're going to do, I don't know if you were here for earlier, but we'll be doing the big sister version of it, basically, I was thinking, because it'll show the obi off better. I don't even have the big sister pattern yet, but I was like, she's got a sale on right now. So yes, I definitely do want to pick it up right now. This is Can Do Crafts, and she's out of Ireland. Okay, sorry, it looked like Dallas might have just texted me. Dallas is making chicken salad, so we'll have that instead of lasagna. It's like, then we can have lasagna for dinner tonight. Yeah, so the slings went really, really good. Especially considering that like I'm more known for my, especially, okay, so 2 factors in this is that I was at an event for a pop-up where I am mostly known for my knitting bags, not my like everyday bags that I'm branching out into. So like that is also a factor in this. So I think if I was just to show up in events where people didn't know me as much, I think they would have gone even better in some ways. But I'm still very pleased, as I think I should be. So, but this one is just like the Can Do Crafts just also has really good patterns, so I'm not that surprised. And then yeah, we'll experiment with the Traveler Sling. I say I won't have them ready for Omatsuri, but I've got 2 weeks, so I think we'll have some ready for Omatsuri. Especially because I do want to do the obi, so I think that would be the event to kind of focus in on for them. And then any leftovers, obviously, I'll have for Knit City Calgary as well. I'm like so discombobulated with having Knit City in August instead of September that I just don't even like. It just feels surreal that it's happening so soon. I always have this issue every year. I have this issue of like, well, it's July. The event's not until like August, so I'm fine. Not like cluing into the fact that yeah. August starts next week, Katie, sort of thing. I guess we got 10 days, but I saw the post the other day of like, or this morning of like, we went from July 1st to July 20th like this, and it's like, yep. My grandma always used to say that for us, it was like Stampede comes, Stampede ends, and summer is more or less over. Which is a little bit depressing, because like there is all of August, but like it just feels like it goes in the blink of an eye. So. I do know that I feel like with the more everyday bags that I have, the more I need to carry my mirror along with me, which doesn't fit in the 20-foot booth very well. So it's like, But I sell just as much out of the 20-foot booth. I don't want to go up to the 30-foot because filling a 30-foot is daunting. And just, I don't think possible right now, just with how busy, like, keeping up with that would be. Which is like an amazing problem to have, but I did 30 feet once, and I don't think it's worth it. But I do need to figure out the mirror situation maybe. So I think that might have actually sold some more of the slings as well, because then you can like check it out with your current outfit sort of thing and see how it fits across the body and such. So, because I did have it on the mannequin, but most people kind of glazed over the mannequin. So I'm not quite sure how to display it better. They did really well off of the rack, so yeah. That might be the next few rambles, is like, what am I going to do for display for these new ones? Rather than always like out loud daydreaming about Japan, although that could happen too. So we did figure out the application for Kyoto Marathon went live Wendy, and we knew it was first come first serve, but honestly it was so easy to get into it. It's like as soon as I know, well, I'm aiming obviously for the 26th marathon anyway. If I had a remote thought that I could run a 6-hour marathon next February, I think I would. Although I am also at the same time like, oh God, I am so ready for the break from like the intense running schedule. That's probably a better idea to actually have the break. Although I did have finally a good run today, because it's just like I've been really slow. I think it's partly the heat, and this week though has been really bad, and I can't tell if it's the heat or my PMS. I think there's a bad combo of the two. So today I finally had a run that I feel good about having done and felt good on. Because sometimes that's the hardest part, is like feeling good on the runs while you're doing them. She got her custom crochet hook stolen? Oh my god, that sucks. Such a random thing to get stolen too. Typically, I don't know what what markets are like in your area, but a lot of people don't actually in our area like watching makers make. Find at more generalized events they do, but like at an actual fiber event, they're like, nope, you need to be like present and like available, sort of thing. Although the button press at this last event really did draw in a lot of attention, so I think that is something I'll keep available kind of on hand. It should, in theory, it should help. Just didn't this month. Some months are like, I don't know. I always forget about it, but it's like it sneaks up on me, and then I have like a week of like, or a couple days of like, I am so resentful of all the things, and then it's like my period comes, and it's like, oh, it was just that. It's like, what the hell is this? It's like one of the big things that traded. Basically, I traded my cramps for like resentment a week before my period, or a couple days before. It's like, nope, not into this. I think I would take the cramps again. But yep, training programs wait for no woman or period. Yay. Yes, the button press was a lot of fun, and it was like, because I was right against the pancake breakfast tent essentially. It was a really good way to engage people in line while they were waiting for their pancakes. So that was a lot of fun too. Turn a little bit early because I feel like this exterior is like overlapping the interior quite a bit. There we go. Plus it's pink, right? So it's like it also stands out against like my black tablecloths and stuff like that. Ooh, and I went and I got some like really cute little baskets from the dollar store. I need to go get some more. And they worked really well for the eyeglass cases, because normally I've been putting them in like little plate racks from IKEA, which has worked really well. But with that restock that we did last week, I don't have enough plate racks space, and they do kind of get shoved in there. So I'm like, but these baskets worked really well. And now that I'm thinking of it, I think that's how I should probably display. I've got like a stand for the wallets, but I broke it instantly, of course. But I think maybe the basket might be a little bit like, I know they're higher end, or at least that's how I'm marketing them, but I think having them in a basket would make them more approachable in some ways, and so just more hands-on product, which means that they would sell faster probably. I wish there was a non-hormonal way to just turn it all off. I'm done having kids. Just turn the period off too. And pill and everything like that. But it's like, that is rough on your body in a different way, or can be. And my doctor, a good idea. She did want to give me the IUD, and I'm like, nope. No IUD for me, thank you. If that is your only option and like everything like that, and it helps, go for it. But I'm just like, no. I've heard too many horror stories both ways, even from like a close friend who has to have it for like any kind of livable life. And it's just like, oh my God. Anyway, apparently in today's episode of TMI, it's IUDs. No, they're not too heavy. I've got it right here. I'll show it to you. Because I had piled a bunch of stuff in it to carry it into the house because I needed to photograph it. There we go. All those little card pockets are done. And then now we're going to go in and we'll trim the corners. And we'll turn them and the luggage handles that I got done yesterday. And then I'll set them aside for top stitching when we get the small box bags to the point of top stitching. Because that'll be the next step. Is now I can no longer avoid well, I guess I could patchwork together some stuff for coasters. Maybe we'll do that. Here, I'll grab the basket. It's a lot of fun, actually. I like them. So yeah, so there's the mini traveler slings on top, which is this is 2 baskets in one, but like I really like them for the eyeglass cases. So they're just like a couple very simple wire baskets. I have a little shelf that I gotten, like a little shelf from the same dollar store, and these are the exact right height that I put one on top of the shelf, and then I could put one down in front of it, and it was like no wasted space. It looked really good. So I want to go get I don't know, a few more of those because like height on the table is always important. So okay, I don't know what's going on upstairs, but apparently there's things getting moved around. Okay, so those are already trimmed. We're going to go in and just trim these up from their chain piecing. I am going to trim the corners down on these guys because it's such a small, tight space that I think that'll make them look nicer. Yeah. All right, Wendy. So we are up to, so right now we're 28 degrees. So not too bad still, but we are 75% humidity today. This morning, it was just like, oh my God, this is sticky. It was also that at like 9:30 or something in the morning. It was ridiculous. I was like, nope, I am not here for this. I'm glad we are normally a dry heat because holy crap. Alright, here's all the luggage handles. There's a bunch of needle stashers back here that need to have their snaps done, which we'll do as well before Knit City. But at least they're like, that's all that needs to be done. So if you haven't been here for the luggage strap handles, what these are is they go over top. And then they go around to like on the luggage handle, so that then you end up with like luggage on the luggage belt that stands out basically. When you have like I was mentioning yesterday, the navy luggage. So I haven't had my navy luggage taken since I added these on top of them, which is nice. Now this is not an original idea. There is another maker who makes them, I believe in Edmonton. Although I did talk to my friend who's like mutual friend, and she says she doesn't think they're making them anymore. But I figure our fabrics are different enough and our markets are typically different enough at this point that it should be okay. But if you want to go support them, it's 2 needles and some thread. My favorite thing from them is actually the thread catcher down here that I use to catch all my threads. It's got like a pin cushion on top, and then it's got like a fabric basket underneath. So it's really good for like remotes and threads and like little garbage pieces that come off the sewing table and everything like that. Yeah. Okay. So the snap press is fixed, thankfully. 1 second. I took it in and he did exactly what I had been doing. Gave it a couple good whacks. I think his pliers gave him better leverage. They were quite a bit longer. They were probably about at least double the length of mine. But he gave it a couple good whacks. It came out, and then they found me the upper die that will fit. Because apparently it's a known problem. I'm like, oh, that would have been good to know when I was here buying them. But the guy that was like selling them to me was looking very frazzled and harassed, so I don't think he was thinking about it. Anyway, they fixed it. I've got a die set now that works. And if we're going in and doing the big sister of the Traveler, like the mini Traveler, so basically the big sister is the Traveler sling. If we're doing that, then blah, blah, blah. My God, so many words to say so little. We'll be able to try the snaps out with that one. The metal snaps. There we go. Them's the words. I think I'd be better at this with how much practice I get, but apparently not. I am actually dumping all these little scraps in a little scrap bin that is beside me. And actually, I don't have any scraps. Okay, I have 1% of the usual scrap amount on my floor right now. I'm not going to say that I'm completely scrap free on the floor. But like the majority of the scraps have been going into the bin right now, which is awesome. Could I be trimming these over the bin? Yes, but that's boring. So. Well, boring for you at least, maybe not boring for me. Alright, so yeah, so because of how these are constructed, I'm going to go in and just obviously trim all the corners down and areas where it's like a significant overlap of like too much fabric. These are just made with a lightweight twill, so nothing too insane. But like a little bit heavier than your typical quilt cotton, but still very, like it's got a lot of drape still, so I'm not too worried about it. I bought it for different projects and it just never got used. So now we've got that giant roll. I do feel like this might be good lining for the Traveler sling to give the sling a little bit more body than a quilt cotton that's been interfaced. And then we'd interface the twill, so that might happen, especially with the Obi ones. Because the Obi Traveler sling I will not line with kimono, because I feel like that would be, I don't know, just feels not right, really. I don't know. Also, I'm running out of kimono to line the bags with, so I think we'll be lining it with something different just because of that. I really do need to still make a trip back for some kimono. There's an absolutely killer deal through my Air Miles program for February right now, and I'm like, hotels are cheap, the flight is cheap. Although actually I wouldn't be able to line up Toji with that, although I could line up the other temple market with it. Maybe. I'll see how Knit City goes. If Knit City goes absolutely spectacularly, and Omatsuri as well, then maybe that's what we'll do. Alright, so there's all the corners trimmed down for the luggage handles. Get all these little triangle bits into the bucket. Then we'll do the same with these little card slot pocket or card holders. Whee! I'm actually really excited for these. I need it. So it's like, okay, I don't know. Lightning struck this week and it was like, if you do not make this like right now, you will not be able to sew anything else for Knit City Calgary. So it's like, okay, we'll listen. This is what we'll do then. Like I said, I haven't done that a lot this year, so I'm like, I'm kind of happy to do it this round. Granted, I do think they'll be better for Omatsuri, but I think they'll also have a potential market for Knit City, Calgary as well. Okay, I'm going to trim this down because that is quite a bit of fabric to have in the seams here, so we're just going to trim down a little bit. And these will get turned today, and then they will need to be ironed and top stitched. But ironing and top stitching, as I mentioned before, will happen once I have all the small box bag zippers in, and we need to iron and top stitch them, because there's no point in me kind of, like, that's part of the production line process for me, is chaining events, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. It's not chain piecing, but it's like making sure that the same production pieces happen at the same production times as much as possible. Obviously that doesn't work all the time, but within reason. It's the same reason why I didn't turn out the luggage handles yesterday, because I was just like, well, we're gonna finish these, so I may as well just chill on them for like less than 24 hours. So by the way, the sweet peas are doing really well. We've got buds on them right now. So I'm excited for that, because that means that they're going to bloom here soon, hopefully. So given that, I was like, can you even grow sweet peas in containers? And everything's like, sweet peas are really hard to grow in containers. No, we're good so far. Dallas is like, are they edible? And I'm like, no, edible peas we'll put in the ground. And I forgot to plant them this year, so we will plant them next year. Blah, blah, blah. But the sunflowers and the beans that I planted in the dirt this year that were chaos seeded, everything was chaos seeded. What I mean by that is I just kind of threw stuff in and hoped for the best. I was like, I am not committed enough, and I just want to get these in so that I can see what happens. And then next year we can do a little bit more planning or whatever we want to do. But yeah, the sunflowers and beans that I chaos seeded are doing really well, it seems like. And the cosmos have completely taken over the pots. I should have probably thinned them out a little bit, but whatever, they're doing good. The snapdragons are not doing very well though. And I think that's in part because I think it might be too windy where they are, or the cosmos have taken over, and like, so they're all kind of like droopy and rangy. So I don't know if I'll do snapdragons again next year, or if I'll just plant them in their own pot, maybe something. The petunias are like trying to overtake the sweet peas, which is really interesting. Yeah, it went really good. So what I did, we've just got them in a plastic pot, like a terracotta-y brown color. So one of the big suggestions I saw when I was researching if you could do container sweet peas was to make sure that they have a pot where you don't have a lot of water evaporation. And yeah, it's like I water them. Again, my plants kind of have to survive on benign negligence, although I will water them at least once a day typically. Or if not, within like 36 hours. And they're thriving. I'll have to get some photos of them and then I'll post them on YouTube because you can do the photo posts. But they're doing really good. Sweet peas are like some of my favorite flowers, so I'm really happy that they're doing well. Because I didn't want to plant them in like the yard really. Well, I think next year I might plant some morning glories in the yard. The only problem is that they're poisonous to cats and kids, so it's like, can I trust the children not to eat them yet? I think next year I can. This year, actually, it's gotten better. It's like, I think they're both mostly out of the phase of putting random stuff in their mouths. Mostly. yeah, anyway, so then the sweet peas were like, sorry, I went silent there. They're in a west facing spot, so they don't get the morning sunlight, but then they get sunlight like most of the day from about 10 o'clock forward. Oh man, they are not a noxious weed here. Although it is always funny to hear about what is like what we specifically plant here because it's pretty, and what is like a no-go for other areas. Oh, but I love the look of morning glories, especially when they like, actually what I think I would do is I would again do a sweet pea, like a planter, and I really would love to have them like on the balcony or the deck that we have up above where the sweet peas are. Some of the sweet peas are actually climbing our deck railing, which is super awesome. I love it. And that was kind of the vision that I had for them if it worked. And yeah, so far they're working out that way. I do need there's a woman along our normal run path, and she's got glorious poppies. And so I had been like meaning to talk to her for years, but she was never out in the yard at the same time as us until last year when I was out on one of my runs. And so I actually stopped and talked to her, and I'm like, can I take some of your poppy pods, please? Because like every year I see them and admire them, and I'd love to put some in like a garden. She's like, yeah, go for it. So I need to actually follow through on that this year. I see that they've gone to pod. So... And there's a bunch, like I don't have to go into her yard to get them there. Quite a few on the exterior of her fence, so. But I also didn't want to go along and just like take a bunch of her pods and she'd be like, why? Where did all these pods go? Not that I'm going to take a lot of them, but yeah. Those will be chaos seeded as well, especially since they tend to overtake gardens here, so. But we're going to dig up some of our front yard and put a tree in. And what I would really like to do is, I haven't told Dallas this yet, but what I'd really like to do is like a little wildflower kind of, again, chaos seed, just mix in the front. And then it would be contained within like a little like kidney garden or something like that, which would, I think, look really good. Plus our grass up front is like horrendous. It does nothing. It's all lumpy. It's full of weeds, so it's like, let's put an actual garden there. Get rid of a lot of the grass and hopefully the weeds. So I think he wants to it's almost kind of got a like retaining wall to like hold a lot of the dirt up. So I think it would end up being that we have to like kind of straighten that, and then we could do this little garden. We don't have any perennial plants outside of like trees. Oh, the poppies, because they self-seed themselves because of the pods, they're kind of perennial. I have had perennial snapdragons as well, but it's like if it doesn't overwinter, then it doesn't happen. Thankfully, we don't have moose that come into our backyard. We are not out in the boonies enough for that. And the moose typically enjoy more wetland area anyway. That's where they tend to be. So we do have moose out. Well, we have moose between Cochrane and Calgary because I've seen them. More on like the farmland and acreages. And then out toward in Banff itself as well, where there is more marshy areas. I've seen them underneath Mount Rundle, which is like the Banff mountain. Rundle's so cool because it's the geology nerd in me loves it because it's a thrust fault. So a thrust fault is when our tectonic plates came together and it literally shoved this mountain out of the ground, and you can see it too. It's so cool. Yes, I've been trying to convince Dallas that we should try clover, but yeah, maybe one day. But yeah, I think also taking out a garden and like just resetting the grass is going to help quite a bit too, really. Because like towards the house is really nice grass, but the other section of this is that we don't water it very much. Like, it doesn't get the TLC that it really needs. So clover in that case would be a lot better for sure. But yeah, that is one of the things is like plant basically a pollinator garden in the front. And yeah, clover would help there. There's one house down the street from us that has like an absolutely spectacular wildflower / like clover garden. It looks so good. Jealous of it. Our container strawberry is still going strong too, which I'm actually really surprised about. So I think we will try to overwinter that, and then we'll plant it in the garden next year. The little like 5-foot square patch we've dug out of the grass. Yeah. The other thing is moose are actually a lot more, like, we've got moose out here in Alberta, but they're a lot more prevalent up like further north of us and also out east. I think they're a lot more prevalent. And then yeah, because actually one of the isn't it one of the moose's greatest predators is like the killer whale? Or is it the other? Yeah. It's like, it's ridiculous. I'm going to actually turn the sewing machine off because I don't need it, and I don't need it randomly starting up on me. All right. Yeah, I would really like to do a mix because I feel like our grass actually has done extremely well. We resodded the whole thing once we moved in, because that was actually one of the big summer projects. The first summer was the yard needed a lot of work because they just repoured the walkout patio out here, and so it was like the grass was not happy. And apparently it had been a plan of theirs. I was talking to the neighbor, and I'm like, yeah, it looks like, they're like, oh, it looks way better already. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't take, like, it was good. Anyway, but yeah, apparently their plan had been to actually like redo the grass the summer that we moved in, because they'd had it poured in like October of the year before or something like that. It was brand new pretty much. So never happened, obviously. I think I don't know. The way they moved out, they must have had an amazing opportunity come up in the area that they were going to move to, or something, like, just clicked. It's always curiosity of like, why, like, then, because they weren't staying in Cochrane. I'd have their forwarding address. So it's like, why did you move out of Cochrane? I'm always curious. We moved because we wanted a larger space, basically. Well, and not even like a larger house, just a nicer backyard, basically. But yeah, grass and clover would be a good mix. Anyway, though, we did resod everything that summer, and it has done pretty good. Again, benign negligence. Just like everything getting mixed. But maybe eventually. Especially as the kids get older, and I think clover's pretty hardy, though, even for kids being running roughshod over it, right? So, lunch is here. I'm going on lunch break, and I will chat with you in a little bit. Okay, I am back. I am actually just going in to get the purchase done with the pattern designer Can Do Crafts because she's got a sale on right now. And I'm like, let's make sure I get that pattern that I was looking at because it's 20% off, which is significant. She's running the sale. I may as well like take advantage of it. Anyway, had a delicious lunch. All that. I spent a few minutes with the kids. Got a coffee. Now it's cold down here, so it's like, oh God. Okay, let's see here. Hi, Delia. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's better. Hoodie on. Okay, this is the one I want. Hi, cat. You are very warm. Where have you been sitting? Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that there's nothing else that I want to get from her at the same time. I don't think there is. I think that's the main one, although this is super cute. Although at the same time, I don't want to be adding a bunch of like really complicated patterns because the more complicated it is, the like harder it is to sell at the price point you need to charge. This is cute though. I guess the thing about it is I could always buy it for myself. Like it's tricky for tax time though. I'm gonna put it in my favorites. Delia, you are, my goodness, what is going on with you, cat? Off you go, please. Anyway, if you sew and you're looking for some super cute stuff, Can Do Crafts is definitely one to start with. Her patterns are like super straightforward. I find them very easy to follow. It's just nice. You need to stop. Your little nails are far too sharp and you are seriously being a pest. I love ya, but you need to come love me when I'm not working. That was cat hair all over the place again. Okay, no, just that one. Okay, preparing for download. I'm going to download them while I'm on here because they like, it's practically impossible to get them on the phone. Downloads. Oh, there's a right hand and a left hand version. Oh, cool. Okay. View all. Download, 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 download. All right, we're all set for now. Huh. Okay, perfect. We're set there. I'll move the laptop back because I don't need it right in my face. Hello. Okay, we're back. Coffee time. We're gonna go in and get all of these little card wallets turned. Actually, what I should do is I should print that pattern so that I can pick it up when I go out for dinner. Alright, this one is super cute. So I call them come hither cats because this cat was looking back over its shoulder like, hey, come here, with their little buttholes. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's just funny. So, fold this in. The elastic will go to the other side before I top stitch it, so it actually ends up on this side. And yes, that does look upside down, but it is not, in fact, because then when it's done, it goes this way. Super cute little card wallet. I am going to put a clip there because that's going to basically help finger press this closed. And then when we actually go to iron it, it will all be good. Now this one I did not have enough fabric to do everything that I wanted to do with it, so we are going to have most of these do have matching, like their exterior and their pockets match, but in this case I didn't have enough Japanese fabric, so I put in a complementary pattern to it instead, because why not? There we go. All of these corners turned here, hopefully. Yeah, I'm glad I went in and angle cut those corners. I don't do that on a lot of corners, or very normally, but I think in this case it was definitely the right decision. Okay, now I said that I should go in and actually cut these. I think we'll do that. Where are they? Okay, so I just need to do, oh man, now the question is going to be, do I do left-hand versions or do I do right-hand versions? Because apparently it is actually like directional. Oof. I guess maybe right-hand versions and then have the left-hand version as an option, basically. There is a lot of pieces here. Oh my goodness. No, there's so many pieces. Oh my god. Okay. Well. Pages 2 to 11. I don't print the first one because it's like, I don't need the construction diagram to be printed off because I can figure that out. Or look at it on my computer instead of printing it out. Do not scale it, just print it at 100%. I don't get you. Okay. Print. Sweet. And then I won't print the actual instructions because I don't need those either. Interesting. So it's like right-hand version is worn on the right shoulder with adjustable strap, and then you've got like a pocket here for your phone. Yes, right over the boob, obviously. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one to actually sew. It's always interesting when you start new stuff. Okay, I'm not going to... Oh my god, there's 21 pages of instructions. Oh boy. Alrighty. Oh, but it's going to look... It's going to look so nice. I just want to read through because it's like... I wanted to see how she installed the top zipper. That's what I'm most interested in because it looked like it might be a set-in zipper, but I'm wondering if I'd be able to modify it and make it a like top zip. No, it doesn't. Oh no, it's a welt zipper. So I guess I'm in for the ride to make sure to like get really good at welt pockets this summer. really good at welt pockets this year, apparently. That's okay. It'll all be good. It'll build my skill set, that's for sure. I don't like welt pockets. I don't like sewing welt pockets. I like the end result of welt pockets. I don't like the process of welt pockets. Cat problems. Even more inconsequential than normal. So, you know. Okay. Oh, there. That's why this is having issues. It's because the pocket didn't turn out correctly. It like turned with the exterior instead of turning with the interior, which makes sense why it would be cranky about doing what it needed to do. And yes, I said it's super hot in the house or outside, and it is in the house, but I am in the basement and we have AC. And of course, because we have AC and I am in the basement, I am freezing. So to keep the rest of the house nice though, it's like it has to be where it's at. It's not even that cold even upstairs. I think I've got it set to 23 right now. So I've tried 24, but 24 is a little bit too warm. We've got giant like west facing windows upstairs and for our bedroom and living room, and so it's just like 24 just lets it creep up a little bit too much, especially in our bedroom at night. So yay. Oh, it's super cute. So that's what the exterior is going to look like. We've got this little googly-eyed floral necklace one, and then the little superhero bunny. Flippin' adorable. Super adorable. And then I've got little black cats with Taimari. That's why Dahlia is so warm, and she's actually sleeping on the heating pad right now. Because then she like came up and jumped up in my lap, and I'm like, "What? How are you so warm?" But that makes sense, I guess. She's got like her favorite little blanket, which is a polka dot like fleecy blanket. Probably needs a wash at this point. It's like so covered in cat hair. But and then we've got those like plug-in heating mats for them. She was never a big fan of before, but I guess maybe now. And again, hanging out in the basement. Flynn is like on a set of hoodies that I've left down here throughout the making process this year. Alright, get these turned out. If you're just joining me, my name is Katie. I just got back from lunch break, and we are currently making little card holders from Japanese fabric. All my bags and accessories are made from Japanese fabrics, some of them new cotton and cotton linen blends, and some of them are upcycled obi and kimono from temple markets. And this right now is, as I said, a little card holder. You can use it for like business cards or like license and credit cards. That's what I'm actually making mine for. It is in the pile. It's like I need something that is smaller and slimmer than my actual wallet is most days, because I don't use my wallet all the time. Or I don't need to carry it all the time. So that's kind of where the lightning bolt moment was this week, and it went, if you don't make me, you're not going to make anything. Be able to like concentrate on sewing anything else for Knit City or Omatsuri. So here we are. This has been a fairly decently quick project, I say, as I've spent 2 days cutting and sewing them. But overall, it's been a fairly fast project. Not like I actually ended up at the sewing table very long yesterday. Today, I will go upstairs when Dal starts prepping dinner, because the kids went feral when he started making dinner last night, apparently. So I will go ease that process for him, because he's making dinner, so I can look after the kids. Actually, that is a good point. Maybe I should be doing this then when I'm like chilling with the kids, because it's not like I'm going to start top stitching these until after I top stitch, or once we got small box bags going. Okay, yeah, and this isn't like it's like super engaging for you guys probably either, so let's actually do that. Instead, I'll finish off this one. I'm not going to ditch it in the middle. But yeah, if I'm not going to iron and top stitch these until like I am actually got small box bags going. There's no point in turning them right now either. So, all right, moving on to something else actually. The other thing I was thinking I might do is I might still do this, but I don't think I should do it today. So I was thinking I should patchwork together a bunch of stuff and actually do some sewing with patchwork for those things. What the fuck those things are, I don't remember. Coasters. Coffee coasters. Oh my god. This is true too. Yeah, turning doesn't require as much eye strain potential as sewing does. Okay. So, patchworking or small box bags? I don't know why I'm so resistant to the small box bags right now, but I'm like, meh, small box bags. Meh, small box bags. Meh, small box bags. But they're also like one of my most popular items, so I guess I should do at least a few of them. I need flippin' zip pulls. So give me a second. Just crazy patchwork. Nothing like planned. It's basically I'm going to reach into the bin and sew it together. And okay, I guess the one concession there being that we won't put cotton linen blends with cottons. We'll only put cotton linen blends together with cotton linen blends because they're too heavy otherwise. And the same with this is a very similar weight to that. Fuck it, I think. And then I was just going to do like whole cloth and then like cut it down into what I actually need to make coaster sizes, basically. These are all very nicely sized strips, actually. Anyway, I guess most people would call it crazy quilting. It's kind of the idea that I had in my head for what it would actually be, so. But like I've got a massive bin of scraps here, and then some of the scraps, like once I get it actually sewn together, I was going to end up using them for book sleeves and stuff like that. So really all I want to do is make the whole cloth and then figure it out later. Have the fun, and then but I was thinking coasters because the book sleeves look best with a foam interfacing, and I haven't spent the money to buy the foam interfacing yet because it's not cheap. It's really not cheap. So do you know what? Fuck it, I've pulled some of this out, so let's do it anyway. And we're just going to start right here. Because this has been something that's been in my brain as well. So you know what? Let's do some of the brain projects, fulfill that side of it, and then we'll go in and do the... Oh, right, the machine is off because I didn't want it on. I think there's actually a way to tuck that in, isn't there? But oh well, whatever. Right, the woman that I watched that did this, she did it way too organized, and I'm like, you know what, we're just going to chaos do this, really. Because again, I don't really feel like actually, yeah. Chaos making, actually we will match these sides up because that is quite a bit of a larger piece. And it's essentially I'm just going to reach in and take whatever I find and make it work, more or less. And then I guess it's going to approach maybe a little bit more log cabin, but that's fine. So those two pieces will go together now. And if you are an actual quilter, don't come at me. This is also, I don't know why this has struck me as like what I should be doing right now, because it's not like I haven't had this on the list to do for years, and then it's like, just thank you. Yeah, seriously, it's like I have been, part of what's held me up on this one for years is the fact that it's like, oh, they've got a match, and it's like, no, do you know what? Just reach into the bin. Yes, they're unironed, they're crumply, they're everything, and just sew it, because otherwise I'm gonna keep procrastinating. And I think they're gonna be cute, and they'll be in like a small enough unit that like it's not gonna look overly crazy, hopefully. I don't know. I guess this is where some of the perfectionism like strikes, but it's like, when have I ever been a perfectionist with any of this work? Never. So I don't know why I feel so hesitant to do this stuff. Okay, now the one thing that does have to happen is that the seams do actually need to be seamed without like gaps. Okay, there we go. That one is happier now. And those should be about the same. And then what I'm thinking is that these are will go together, and then we will line it with, or back it with a twill, basically, will be good. They are some very good scraps. Thank you. And that's why they deserve to be used instead of just sitting in a bin not getting used, right? So and that is far too small. Those are too small of crumbs. Crumbs, crumbs, crumbs. And in this case, I will go in and I will open up all the seams, because otherwise it's just not going to sew together well at all later on. But that is a future Katie problem. Because nope, we are not warming that iron up today if I can avoid it. Love how this is still just like, yeah, I'm totally trying to avoid the small box bags. I guess the box bags will be there for me when I get to them. Yeah, so now if I do this like this, though, I'll bend all of these back and forth, and then I leave a little bit of a tail here. Oh yeah, and then I could lay over. Totally breaking all the quilting rules. But then I can like sew that together in a seam too, right? So like, or actually, do you know what I do? Make this easier on myself. Just add this here. And make it longer. La 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 la. Done. Let's see. Actually, it might be too long now. That's okay. We will sort it out. There. Finger pressing is a valid pressing option. I do admire the people who just start with like a triangle or like a hexagon or something like that and then just go for it. I'm apparently not quite there yet, although I wish I was. I love how I like finger pressed all that open on the top and now it's on the bottom. It's like, yeah, whatever. Just go over it. Psh, it'll be fine. We're just gonna ignore that. Now, obviously, we will sew over that actual amount for the serging line. That's a really fun little patch right there if I can make it work. And this is starting to get a little bit too small for what I'm actually working with. So we're going to throw that in the scrap bin for my friend now. And I think we are going to chaos bring this down and put the cats here. Yeah, line it up right there. Totally, apparently not finger pressing any of these open either. All right, well, we'll let them fall where they lie, I guess. Yeah, it's too small of a crumb for what I'm working with, so I'll just go. Okay, let's sew some of these strips together and then we will throw them in here in the mix as well. Oh, I love the fact that they are like exactly the right length. Or this exact same length at least. And I think they're probably, and then like stuff like this, I don't know why I kept it, but realistically that is far too skinny, so away it goes. I'm gonna see, yeah, these are the same length, so actually this is one place I am gonna be picky. I'm gonna put the roses with this little black cat side of it because I think that is a little bit better of a match than the Frenchies. Apparently I didn't maybe catch this as best as I wanted, or I caught stuff, the fray that I didn't want to catch. So let's sew this one again. Just a deeper seam allowance here. We'll trim that other one off. Whee! And then actually we'll throw this rose on this piece here. There we go. Trim it down before I put it under the machine. Oh, I think I washed this piece or something. That's what it feels like because it's like very frayed compared to what I normally work with. All right. It's like I'm gonna be all over the place. Okay. And let's use this other little black cat piece here. I know there's more efficient ways of doing this too, but whatever. We're just going to chaos do this because that's what apparently today is all about. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Actually, and then what if I, if I actually patch this piece on as well. Oh, I should have just left it on. No. Okay, let's put this piece on then. There we go. I don't even know what I was trying to achieve there. I think that this was like approximately the same length. There we go. And here we are, approximately the same length, or close enough in this chaos case. I think that, along with another little piece of this, will probably make it long enough. Whoa, look at that. Completely unintentionally, those actually match up. Amazing. I love it. Let's put these two together. Well, I've got them right here. And when I do have seams up, I will actually press them open with my fingers. When I don't, well, I won't. Yeah, so then just kind of like continuing to make a whole cloth like this. Again, complete chaos, because otherwise I overthink it, and it's like then I don't ever use it. And we'll just continue building out from here, and then we'll see kind of, I guess, where we get to eventually. Will these be done like in the next week? Probably not, even though I would love them to be. But at the same time, it's like, whatever if they're not. Kind of the beauty of it is it's like we'll just work on it as I kind of get the motivation, I guess. This is getting very long and skinny, so I think after this piece goes on, we'll try and kind of build it out both directions. When I am working with the cotton, I do want to do a little bit more like crazy in the fact that it's like the middle is not a traditional shape. It's a little bit more of a hexagon or parallelogram or something of that nature. Yeah, that's getting really long. So let's build on top now. Like this piece, do we have something that I could add onto it to continue? No, not wide enough. Okay, so maybe, look at that. The French Bulldogs are practically the right length. Okay, and then this needs another patch down here. So let's maybe put together a couple of the Alice's. Right, because then I can add it on like that. Like this, and then, yeah, they'll be a bit too tall, but whatever. That's the whole point. And obviously this is also something where it's like when I actually go to cut it, I don't need to cut it square. I could cut it however the hell I want, basically. But at this point, it's like I would prefer to start in a weird direction than cut in a weird direction. There we go. That's what I think I'm looking for anyway. Okay, this actually does need one more piece, so let's put, how is this lining up? It's lining up here, so let's add one more coffee break piece to make it that little bit wider, and then we'll trim it off on the end there. Bend over because you're a double thick seam. Haha. There we go. Now that should be long enough that we can just... Actually, it's probably going to be too long now, but that's okay. It's actually long in the right way because then I can just trim off a chunk down at this end. I'll be nice and ready to go for the next sew-on line. Nice build on the top here. Trim this down right here. Clip and snip. All right, and then I think we should actually continue to build, but we'll build on the other side now. So we'll use, that looks like this piece for sure. We'll abut the roses, but they need a little bit of extra length as well. So let's do the piece that I just cut off. And that's not a question because it's like, oh no, let's do the other Alice piece because then that'll be the same length. And then I think I've scratched this itch and we can move on to we probably can move on to small box bags now. Actually, I'll try and use up all the scraps that I actually have on the desk, and then we'll move on to the box bags. Excuse me. Because it's not like I don't have a massive box of scraps behind me. Just like, hey, sew me, me. Excuse me. Okay, and then we got those ones to go to. Apparently I'm going to choke on my own spit. Lovely. Fantastic. Always what you want to do on camera. Well, it's still like just a tick too short. So we're going to add polar, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Polar Bear Cafe. Coffee time. Because, you know, the fabric isn't chaotic enough. I'm end up with like something in my throat too, of course. Okay. Now, let's start down here. Oh, no, turn. So where did let's build it out this way. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay, sweet. Or decent at least. Doesn't look bad. Okay, so there are more seams on the other side. And since there are so many more seams, let's... I guess if I was going to be professional about this, I would get some clips out and clip the fewer seams open and then just finger press the other seams as I get to them on top, because there are a lot of seams. Go. Now, am I also caring about like seam allowance? A little bit. It can't be like, yeah. It needs to be like a good construction weight seam, I guess. Seam allowance. Good construction seam allowance. There we go. Man, these seams are gonna go like just all over the place. I promise I didn't have a beer with lunch. I should have probably. Probably would have made this better. Maybe if I go out for afternoon beverages, that's what I will grab. Although I'm really disappointed. We grabbed a wheat ale that was supposed to have a pineapple flavor in it. And it's a good wheat ale, but there is no pineapple. Like, I don't think a pineapple even wandered through the brewing vat in the last like year. No! I hope it doesn't play Circle of Doom too long. For your sake, for my sake, everyone's sake. You really got to figure out their internet out there, hey? All right, that actually surprisingly looks decent. I'm surprised. I think I already said that I was surprised, but like I am pleasantly surprised, not, oh my God, what have I done surprised. All right, I want to build on the end with the big bone from the Shiba side. So we're going to do that along with a couple probably patches of the dogs. Dogs. Yeah, you need to be built on. So you'll get patched here, and then you should be long enough to help patch that other piece. And we'll pop you on here, because that'll actually help. You need to just get off, I think. Okay, let's trim you down because, there we go. I'm not taking the time for that. That's what's happening. I have the time. I'm not taking the time for it. You need like one more little itty bitty convincing apparently. So let's do maybe this one. Yeah, no. But if I did the coffee time with it, or actually sewed this along that side, there we go. And then it could be trimmed down. I'll match up the mid seam, and then we'll trim down the black cats a little bit. There we go. That'll work. And then open it up. And then we got this nice big top bit here that we can use. Come on, open up seams. There we go. Oh. Okay, and they're not even looking that bad actually for what I'm actually putting through the machine. Sweet. Okay. And I guess the question becomes it's like, what size do I make coasters? I think like a 5-inch coaster, if it's square, should be good. I guess what I do is I take some of my favorite coffee mugs and just measure out how big a coaster they really need. But yeah, there we go. That's a nice build out there. It's definitely going to need a like nice press open, because hi. All right, and then let's build out this line here. And then we'll call it good, because that should use up the majority of the scraps that are currently on the desk. Okay, this one needs to be re-sewn with this probably. No, you need to have that cut off of you. Snip. Excellent. Get out of here. This is going to be funny because it's just going to end up with a patch of the same fabric on the end. Go. I'm not going to worry about it. Whatever. Chaos making. Actually, let's do this on this side, because I think those are now the same length. They're very, 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 very close. Like that. Ding. Ah, long straight seams. How I've missed you. All right, and then I'm giggling about the fact that this is just a patch of that on this end. I'm going to put this one here still. Basically the same length, close enough. And then I think this will fit on the end cap of this actually. So if it does, I'm going to put it on the other end, because then that builds out past that piano key area here. All right, and then that piece, that piece is gone. Whatever, get out here. Okay, so I think the piano key here. I'm not quite long enough. Actually, I'm not quite long enough at all. Oh boy. Okay, so let's grab, I guess we're going scrap diving again here. I did see capybara, san. There we go, so there's that. What else do I have here? I have angry kitchen cat, although those are pretty small pieces, that's okay. More angry kitchen cat. Got some Frenchie strips that are really good. Frenchies, hedgy strips, more. These guys are all pretty good. I think they're good enough size to build out another piano key at least. I'm looking at this as piano keys because it looks like, well, it looks like piano keys. That's why I'm calling it piano keys. That's all there is to it. Because the patchwork looks like piano keys. Okay, actually I think that is the majority of the accessible cotton linen blend, right? Oh, nope, there's a big, oh, that's just a big chunk of it. What the heck is down here? Why are you in here? You don't make sense either. Oh, Katie, you are huge. You would actually make a mini oh my God. There's like stuff in here that I don't think should actually be in here. There's definitely stuff in here that should be, like, although that looks like it could make needle stashers, so that way, blah, blah, blah. You... Good God. Okay, well, apparently this wasn't quite as scrappy a bin as I anticipated. There is quite a bit in here that could actually be used for notions pouches and stuff, and I don't know what's going on. Badgers. You're skinny enough now. Are you the same kind of weight as these? Yes, there we go. Okay, so like stuff like that is supposed to be in here. It's like this is supposed to be the strips bin, meaning that's like just strips that can get used, or like little squares like this and stuff are okay. But like scrappy stuff, not like I could make a notions pouch out of you stuff. You're a little bit small for anything, I guess, so that's why you're in there. There's the patch I was actually looking for earlier. This is too small for any nonsense. Okay. Okay, here's some more pieces. And then now we're down to the stuff that I'll finish off, and then we'll get into the small box bag. So I'm going to put the whole cloth over there. We'll work with these patches next, and then we'll build on to that one, I guess. Although these look like they might be long enough if I sew them together to just go straight across the top of this, or decently well across the top of this. So I'll just double check that first. Ding. They're too long, but not by much. So I think what we'll do is we'll build out the badgers with the piano key things here, and then we'll go from there. So let's sew together the piano keys because it's not going to be much fabric in between. I'm not actually sniffly. I don't know why I'm sniffling my nose, because I'm not sniffly. Just sew it on this side, and then I don't have to worry about like probably should have just made that top line longer, but whatever. Now I can go across the bottom of these actually. So I do this, and then this, and then we sew these two together. And then we trim them all down to the same size. And add that across the bottom. It should be pretty good set of piano keys to add onto the badgers. Badgers, 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 badgers. Turn this across here. Will it work? Oh my god, it would actually work this direction. Okay, let's do it. Why not? That's funny. That is going to be the smallest crumbs I use in this whole thing probably, which is amazing. Especially since that one is like super frayed, so we're going to have to go in and actually sew this basically till it's non-existent. No, that doesn't work. Okay, into the full-on head note to the friend scrap bin. I don't know why I did a full back stitch there, but all right. They're definitely sewn together right now. And then I think what I want to do next. Sure, let's do that. This is not what I wanted to do next, but whatever. It's fine. It'll work. And then clip. What was the end goal here? Where was I trying to get? I was trying to get so that I could build onto the badgers, right? Yeah. I think we're almost at the point. So I need one more piece across the bottom and then we can build onto the badgers. So let's take the piece that I just cut off and put that across the bottom. Let's put it across the top actually, because as funny as it is to have Cafe Bear against Cafe Bear, it does start to get kind of boring for the eyeballs. Seams everywhere. Whichever way they lay, we'll deal with it, I guess. Okay, and then let's lay this way. Like that. That's definitely going to be a little bit crooked, and that is fine. That's actually what I want. I don't need these to be like perfect seams. They just need to go and be themselves. There we go. All right, that's looking pretty good. And then let's build these two together so that we can patchwork across the bottom of that badgers. Should I cut badgers down? No, we're gonna leave badgers big. Cutting it down. Oh, we're out of bobbin. Okay, that is actually a good sign. I probably should switch to the small box bags. But this is actually fun today, so I'll lean into it for a little bit longer and then I'll probably get bored of it too, and then we'll move on to box bags. It's just that I know I gotta fight zip pulls first thing with the box bags, so I'm not looking forward to that. I guess the solution to that would be just actually sewing the ones that like already have zipper pulls on them. But that feels like cheating. Like, yeah. No, we'll start with zip pulls because then they're done. Although they won't be done because it is way easier to do the top stitching with the zip pulls off than the zip pulls on. So it's like, go. Ding, 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 ding. Doo-loo-loo-loo. Why am I making the back, like, return to back cave noise? I don't know. Why? Okay, I don't remember the end goal for this, but I hope I'm at it. I think it was to, like, didn't I want to add to, yeah, I wanted to add across the top here, which this is definitely not long enough to add across the top yet. It's getting there. So I think maybe what we do is we add the capybara here as well. Do I want to make capybara? Oh, if I add the capybara and we build it down, it's basically the same length as it is, or practically the same length. So let's say I'm going to add capybara-san in. So we're going to sew it here and I'm going to trim it here. Now what we need to do is we need to build capybara-san as long as the, okay, I'm going to put the rest of that piece back in there to sew with later. Are you big enough to do things with, or are you just in there because that was the issue, is you were not tall enough? You are not tall enough to be a needle stasher, and you are not long enough to be a wristlet, and you pieces are kind of useless. Okay, gone. But what it is good for is I'm going to cut this in half. I know, it's just supposed to be crazy quilting this, but we're going to cut this in half and create a lot of the height with capybara-san with this. There we go. So, and when I'm talking about this, I mean these little black cats on the coffee cups. No, apparently it's not quite long enough. Damn it. Really? Really? All right, apron cat, come save the day, please. Please, 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 please save the day. Again, I don't actually know what the end goal is here because I'm like, I don't know how big a whole cloth I want to make, although I think we're getting pretty good to where we need to be for coasters. I think we're almost to the point where I'm like, enough. All right, apparently we need 2 pieces of apron cat because 1 piece was not enough. Apron cat is very angry now, as they should be. There, that actually looks really good. I'm gonna flip it so that I'm sewing over the coffee lids, not over the cats, even though I guess the cats are gonna get sewn later, so who the fuck cares? Just sew under the cats for now, and then I don't have to worry about it later. Yes, it's a very generous seam on the capybara side, but whatever. That's besides the point. 1 seam is open, 1 seam's pushed over. Oy, 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 oy. Chaos. Chaos at the disco. Okay, so we're trying to make it as tall as the badger. Actually, that almost made it. Okay, sweet. So I think what we're going to do next is we're going to throw in the 1 hedgie. Throw in a hedgie and throw in a Frenchie. Yeah. I think that actually looks good. That's definitely going to be tall enough, and it'll be a little bit too tall, which is fine. Okay. Don't overthink it, just do it. Bum ba dun 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 dun. Nice long straight lines to sew. Okay, yeah, because we're trying to get on top of, trying to build on here, right? So we want to make it this length and this height, because then that is approximately the same amount, and then we need to add a long piece down that side. Okay, sweet. So we need 1 more piece under the badgers, and then we need 1 more piece on this side, and then we can sew those 2 together and on top. Which I think actually, let's do this piece. Oh, I didn't even know that I had this piece to sew. Well, look at that. So actually, let's do this piece here, and then we're going to add the hedgies. Actually, I think adding the hedgies down here would be the better option then. Okay, so let's add the blue hedgies here, and we'll deal with the rest of that in a moment. Actually, blue hedgies on, no, blue hedgies up top against the badgers. Trim you down, trim you down, trim you down. Do, 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 do. These hedgies are one that I bought originally when I went to Japan for fabrics. Actually, not even. The first trip I went with Dallas, it wasn't even like an official buying trip. It was just let's pick up a few fabrics while we're here. And I had actually previously had it from the importer as well, so that was really fun. Yeah, I think that's the right length for this. Very, very, very close to the same. right length. That is too small of a piece. I don't know why I kept it. I don't want to waste you. Not that it's really a waste, but you know what I mean. Actually I could take you and then trim you down this way. And that would still be building out this. Or I do. Actually, I like that. Let's sew this down this direction. I know, just all over the place, but this is the chaos part of this. If you're not used to the chaos or don't enjoy it, I am not sorry. This is just how it always is. So for all of you who are along for the ride, thank you. I totally built that out specifically to go on that other piece, didn't I? Oh well. I think it actually works better here. There's a nice 3-piece there to go. All right. Let's actually build this out so that we can add it onto where I was planning. I think this is the right, oh, look at that. That is basically the right height now. We need one more piece right there to like, yeah, that's a nice piece still to use. Let's use the puppies here to build out this section. Because why not? And I promise we will move on to small box bags. Again, once I clear, now that I will clear the rest of these scraps off and then we'll move on to box bags. But this has been fun and like brain. Scratching the creative process of my brain, even though it's just chaos. It's just like, let's just do all of this together. I've been able to just, I guess it's not quite turn the brain off, but it's enough turn the brain off that it's like, yeah, I got this. I like it. All right, there we go. That's a good sew together right there. Go. Whee! Now, okay, so eventually what we want to do is to get these two together, right? So let's see, because I want to be building out the top of this. Oh, we are damn close. I think we probably could go in with, a patch here, almost. Not quite. Maybe the polar bear? I think if I add the polar bear on, we will be the same, or close enough to the same length that I'm not going to worry about it. Excellent. I'm going to trim this down to approximately the same width, length, whatever the hell you want to call it. Just so I don't have to deal with this big tail. And that can go in the patch bin or the strip bin again. And if I didn't cut this to the right length, we'll still we'll grab the other one and then trim it down again. And then we'll see what we need to do next. Okay, polar bear. Polar bear. There we go. Sweet, and then this can go over the top of the main patch here. The main job, I don't know what you want to call it, whatever it is. Oh, it could still use a tick. Okay. And then by tick, I mean just a tick more fabric because it's like, no, if I sew it, no, never mind, we're good. Okay, let's do this. Flip it. There's a little bit, like a ½ inch on this side. That's fine. We can just, I'll catch that up in the seam allowance when we do it. Do, 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 do. All right. There, now we got this nice big piece here. And then, oh man, that actually turned out pretty damn even. I like it. It is definitely chaotic, but that is a lot of fun. And like I said, because I'm only cutting out like small sections of it as well, I think that's going to help a lot. So like it'll just end up looking even like, yeah, it's just going to be even crazier once it actually gets sewn together basically, which is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, you are going to be the start of the next like patch to put everything together. Basically, it's a piece of crowded cats, clutter of cats, but there's the oh shit cat on this one usually. It doesn't look like there's an oh shit one on here, but the little black cat is like standing there like, oh shit, you caught me at something I'm not supposed to be doing. Okay, we're gonna put the hedgies down alongside this. Trim it up right here so that we're not ended up with a massive tail again. And I think all of those can actually be sewn together for another patch to kind of start the next section of it. Okay. Hedgehogs, hedgehogs. Hedgy hedgehogs. Hedgehogs, hedgehogs. I guess the other option, if I really wanted to make this like super crazy, is I could just actually sew something on at an angle. Like there's always that option. But not on this one, I guess, because my brain did not work in that fashion yet. It's like my brain just went, what? No. What? No. Hmm? Okay, let's sew all of those together, and then we're going to ignore these because they feel like they would be the start of the next round here. So we'll just finish off this right here. And then, yeah, and then we will actually move on to small box bags. I keep saying that. It is going to happen. It's got to happen. But, yeah, we'll finish this off. Also, knowing that these are going to go in and make coasters is like way more freeing than saying that I'm going to take these and make like bags out of them. I don't know why. But like I've tried to do patchwork bags in the past, and like I said, I've just gotten frozen. Whereas going into this and be like, oh, I'm just making coasters has been very freeing, and I appreciate it. I don't know why. Because like a patchwork bag from this is pretty damn cute too. But I think chaos in a coaster is a little bit more approachable, maybe? Maybe that's it. All right. Do those fit together? Close enough. I'm going to say that they fit. Okay, and then we're going to sew from this side because apparently this side is a little bit more even than the other side. Or something. I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. And this needs a trim down. Like that. And I think that will get added to this later. It needs to be continued to like be built out, and it can like patch in here eventually. Okay, sweet. That can go. I'm satisfied. There's my creative chaos for the day. Well, the rest of this is going to be creative chaos too. Don't worry. It's not going to end yet. But I need to grab my zip pulls for the black zippers, and then we'll start in on. Are we going to start in on that, or am I going to start with like all the other zip pulls or the zippers? We might just start in on the other zippers so I don't have to fuck around with zip pulls. Let's do that, because I don't even have to get out of my chair. I can just go straight into it. Excuse me. Okay, that was actually like legitimately something there, not just something my body's like, These kids have gotten me sick. My God. Okay, I think I ended up with some handles back here that haven't been finished or turned yet. Damn it. Really? Oh my God, no! Why were you all sneaking in the middle of these frickin' linings? Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. All of you. I guess that makes sense because I would have pressed them at the same time. Fuck. Okay, well. Alrighty, I think that's the majority of them. So I guess we got more handles to sew today. Oh, I thought I was done. I was like, I've turned all the handles. Yay. Nope. No, you have not, Katie. All right, so we'll sew these and then I will turn them when I go upstairs as well. So I'll turn the little card wallets and the luggage handles and the small box bag handles and any small box bags that we have the zippers installed in. Bleh. 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 Sneaky handles. I bet you there's some more in there too. Oh, apparently I couldn't remember. I don't know how many small box bags I've signed myself up for. So it's probably a good idea for us to sit down and start sewing them, or else I'm not going to get any of them done. Well, I wouldn't get any of them done if I don't sew them anyway, but you know what I mean. Okay. Especially if I want to try and add in the traveler sling, which I think is probably a better option than even adding in coasters, realistically. Ding, ding. That is way too much interfacing even for just sewing this together. So let's trim that off. Ding. That's garbage. Good. Okay. All right, so next time, make sure these are all stacked separately. I thought I had stacked them all separately though, because I definitely had a stack on the little cart that was in the room. So past Katie. Past Katie. What were you doing? And for, oh my God, there's actually bags in here. Sorry. Oh, and they don't have zippers yet. I'm just trying to make sure that like I don't have any other handles creeping in. Okay, if there are any more handles in here after this check, we will not be finishing them for Knit City. Tough nuts. Okay, this one does have a handle, I do know that. This one obviously has its handle, but it needs a zipper, and the same with the teal cats, which needs a zipper. Okay, you two slackers need to go over there for now, and I'm gonna finish this coffee. But hey, I can see my desk again. Alrighty. The nice thing with these, at least, is that they're just straight, fast, and generally easy. It's like the one area where my like sewing machine actually shines. Hello, if you're just joining, we are currently making small box bags for, well, my main market is knitters. And if you haven't heard the spiel, all the fabrics are from Japan. I go over to Kyoto and Tokyo, purchase the fabrics, and then I come back and I make all the bags myself and accessories. We have been working on mostly accessories today, but I think I've finally scratched all the brain itches, so we're going to get down to main production line small box bags now. Although there was sneaky handles in between layers of like lining in there, so it's like that's why it's like I might sound a little bit peeved. But you know, I'm working on a Juki DDL 8100E. It's an industrial straight stitch machine. And I love her. Her name's Sakura Soe McSoface. handles. I swear I thought I had sewn all these. I thought I was like ahead of the game because I have them all turned and like they're all ready. I hope that I've matched these up with their, I hope I matched the bags up with zippers now. Damn it. Even after sewing these though, these will not be turned on camera. I'll be taking these upstairs and doing them probably after dinner, or well, I'm gonna go run interference with the kids while Dallas makes dinner, so I'll take these up for the work that I do. Then I've got one more kind of decently long run this week, so I will probably be going to bed on time tonight, because this next week I will definitely not be going to bed when I should be. And that's okay. Oh, there's one of the handles for the Sushi Neko. Did I cut both handles for Sushi Neko? I think I did. I think I remember seeing it already. But I do have duplicates of Sushi Neko, which I think is in the cutting studio right now. So I'll have to go take a look. I do apologize if I go a bit radio silent. Basically what I'm trying to do right now is not get my fingers slurped up into the machine because eek. Mainly I don't need to be breaking a finger right now, that's for sure. Can you imagine? And what I'm going to do now that I think of it is I will manually zoom you in here so you can actually kind of see what I'm doing instead of lurking in the background there. You don't really need to see my arms going back and forth. We're just, yeah, we'll show off the actual sewing part of this. There we go. We're all probably also getting to the point where we need to change the needle actually, because I think we've done, supposed to change the needle every like 8 hours of sewing, and I think we might have hit that by now. Well, we'll make it go until the end of the day unless I break it. There we go. And then I'll change it before the next like work day. Actually, yeah, the moment of surrealness is also the fact that it's like, not only is Knit City, Calgary really close, it's the fact that I'm going to be done like what would be, I would consider the major section of my like show season by August. It feels so weird. Now, like I said, I am working on hopefully a few more things for the fall, and I do have Shindig on October 19th, which was still a very successful show for me, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's like such a weird mental trip about the fact that like Knit City will be done here in like 3 weeks instead of in 2 months basically. Normally I wouldn't be going out to Knit City for another 2 months, or I would be there in like 2 months. Ugh. I guess I'm having a hard time reconciling the events. Okay, these are the ones where it's like there is quite a bit, but not like as insane amount to that. I will actually trim down the interfacing before I turn them. I do have, okay, good. The other bobbin is wound already. Good. Oh man, I was there on Tuesday. I should have picked up more interfacing while I was there. Although I guess I'm not going to really need much until... Oh, right. I want to do another run of Kato and those little square bags. Because I was thinking I was going to be able... What I can do for the square bags that I liked is I could do twill for the lining, actually. At least for the darker ones. And then... because then it would add a little bit more body to the bag. Man, there's just too many things to do. Why I didn't like hop on those, I don't know. Like, I swear, these little card holders came into my brain with a lightning strike this week, and they went, sew us now, or we swear to God you will not be able to sew anything else for Knit City. I've got so many things I want to make. And so many things that need to be made, because like I'm down to 6 freaking box bags. That's not enough stock for Knit City. Can I just run screaming for the hills yet? Or should I Muppet flail? Like, out of all the cat problems of my own making. And I also wanted to do some tote bags before Knit City too. Sad face. Okay, so small box bags are the first thing. But yeah, my tote, I guess Caroline did buy quite a few tote bags the other day for her shop. So, damn it. And I got a big bucket of tote bags that are half finished down here. So as long as I've got lining for them, we can do that. And then we can go in and we can just, what do we need to do? We need webbing, lining, zippers. So we probably could do it. I think we can do it. I believe in us. I believe in me. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. My poor kiddos. My eldest was like, I miss you. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I've only got a few more weeks. And then everything will go back to normal. I promise. Well, normal-ish. That is gonna be one of those things this summer, is they'll end up with like 1 more week of summer camp after Knit City. So I'll have like a week just to myself to do whatever I'm gonna do. I don't even know. I think I have a fairly heavy training week that week, actually. So, yeah, I think it's like the longest run is the Monday after Knit City. I'm like, oh God, it's like 19.5K. And then I'm in what would technically be taper for the last couple weeks. Because the race is September 9th. If you haven't watched before, I'm a runner and currently training for Canmore Half Marathon. My last half marathon was Calgary half in May, so Calgary Marathon, half marathon, and I broke my 3 hours, which is what I wanted to do there. Canmore is more brutal apparently in the back, so we'll see. If I can keep my time around 3 hours, that it would be absolutely spectacular, because when I ran Fernie last year, which was a harder race, I was 3:20. And then in Florida, when we ran the Dopey Challenge in January, during the marathon, my half was a 3:10 there. And then Calgary was 3 hours. So I am on the trajectory of like, this is what it should be, but it's always nice to have it like fully confirmed with a course that would be very similar to Fernie. Okay, so what do I need to do here? We are not going to do the zipper pulls, so that's all these ones that are like on the top here. So I'm just gonna kind of flip them off of the top, bloop, onto the handles. Okay, and those are all exteriors that have been matched, and then these are ones, there's some handles here that have already been matched up. Oh, the reds are also, those ones need zipper pulls. This one does not, so we'll start right here. Sweet fruits, strawberries, and they are going to get a white lining because they are a very light fabric. Have I pulled these apart since we've interfaced them? Obviously not. Ah! God. Yeah, no, like I said, welcome to the creative chaos, because that's just what this is all the time. Glad you're here. And I legitimately mean that, actually. That is not a sarcastic comment, so. Sounded a little bit like it when I said it. I'm like, oh no, that's not how that was supposed to come across at all. Man, the internet makes tone worse, and then it's like, and then something like that where you just like completely trip over the tone also makes it worse. All right, now the one thing we do have to do is I got to go in and mark the like seam allowance line for later. I do not clip these or pin these or do anything fancy because basically fuck that. I find that honestly it's a waste of time for me most of the time to at least put pins and stuff in. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just marking a seam so that when we go into, or when I go into actually sew the ends, we've got a amount that I can use to sew those ends in. I just realized I might need more twill because so these get ribbon tabs. I was using like grosgrain and satin ribbons before this, but I find that I found some cotton twill that I prefer instead. And but I just realized I may or may not have enough for this round. That's easy enough to fix, as long as I can also find it. Oh man, I also want to do. Oh, I wish Knit City was in September. I get why they don't want it in September, but I wish it was like just on the same weekend as Knit City Vancouver, to be honest. Although the fact that it's in August means that Dallas didn't have to take vacation on that it's in on the weekend that they are hosting it, because he didn't have to take vacation, which is nice too. So eases our year up a little bit that way, at least. But yeah, I just looked back and I forgot that I wanted to work on those reversible drawstring bags too. So they just need to be ironed. So I need to make a list of what needs to be ironed when we get there. And then the wish list. What do I actually want to try and achieve in the next 3 weeks? Too much, but you know, that's always how it goes, right? So I do think that now that I've had the bug or the rattle about of that traveler sling, I think we should probably go in for that too. Yes. Bah. I sound so resentful. I'm not resentful, but it's just like, oh my God. 7 weeks would be a lot more manageable. 3 weeks is not so much right now. All right. But at least we already have all of these matched. We've got their linings cut. We've got blah. So we're good to go at least on the small box bags because, yeah, like the stock on them has been vastly depleted. And, well, in part because the last round that I did was in January. And then we went in and did that massive update or cut and prep for, like, April that never got finished. Stuff that didn't get finished last summer because there's a little bit at least. But also, like... the cuts that we did in April or March for the mad dash that April was, because it was just like, okay, make a decision and then just head down and get the shit done, because oh my God, April was intense. August is going to be intense too, but it's like not actually, it's not going to be as intense as April was, because April was like 3 almost back-to-back shows. Whereas August will be, it's just the intensity of it is the fact that it's like 2 pretty niche, high demand shows, at least compared like last year for both Omatsuri and Knit City. They were both very high demand. So let's hope that carries over from Vancouver into Calgary. I thought it was way later than it is, but it's only 2:30, so that's not bad at all. Do basically their finishing touches, which is turning and finishing, so that's not bad at all. Now you may see me mark 2 marks at the bottom or this end of the zipper here, like the end that like ends up being the closed end or the butt end essentially, and that's because I mark 2 basically because there tends to be some stretch in the fabric, especially because it's not interfaced. If it was interfaced and stabilized, there wouldn't be as much stretch, but it's not. I interface the interior so that it's like it props the bag up from the inside out. And so what I do is I'm marking the seam allowance point that I need from the interior, because I know that the top is going to stretch X, usually about a 1/4 inch. And so that helps just keep everything nice so that I've got enough for the seam allowance later. That's the word. Again, so many words, so little information. If you have any questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I am happy to have my monologue directed. Yeah. If you're in the Calgary area, I will be at Omatsuri on August 10th and at Knit City, Calgary on October 7th. In October. Oh my God. That's when it should be. But it's August 17th and 18th. And then I'll be at Shindig on October 19th. That's the October show right now. And we got all our fingers and toes crossed that I get off the wait list for Butterdome in Edmonton at the end of November. All the fingers and toes crossed. I'm still so proud of the fact that I basically, I'm accepted. I'm just on the wait list. So I probably should have put in that I would just take whatever booth they had come available. I wonder if I can change my application. Just be like, can we update it that I'll just take whatever comes available so I get off the wait list, hopefully. It's also a situation where it's like, even if, as long as you tell me by Thursday that I need, or like a day before the show that I need to be there, I will be there. If the Calgary one moves off of Halloween next year, I will also do Calgary next time. I just can't right now because it's like, I can't skip Halloween with the kids. I think honestly that would be like tantamount to, or comparable to probably skipping Christmas, to be honest, for them right now. So, although I'm excited to see what they think of Christmas this year, because they definitely both know what's up this time. Last year the youngest was still like right on that edge, but the eldest definitely knew what was going on, and I think they're going to know even better this year what's going on. Like, the youngest is definitely going to know, because they'll be 3 and 4, so they're right at, like, prime Christmas age. I guess it's time to start writing actual letters to Santa this year, too. At least for the eldest. Excuse me. Promise I'm not actually sick. That is just, there is fluff in the air for obvious reasons. I hope. I guess I never know with the kids. Okay, what are you supposed to be? You are already connected to the handle, aren't you? Wherever it ended up. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. Lots of these are matched up. Where are the ones that are matched up and have their zipper pull already on there? Ding, 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 ding. Obviously some of these have been pulled apart. Yay, that's always fun. Okay, so these were all ones that have been turned already. Or were turned later, I guess would be the best case, or best description. Okay, here's the handles of the ones that, like, were pre-done and ready to go earlier. Okay, and then there's a bunch of black zippers that we don't want yet because they don't have their zipper pulls. Those look very long. Okay, you are connected to that one. We're gonna do you afterwards. I just can't remember if Sketchy Cats was going to be I think it was going to be navy. There's them, there's that one. Sweet, and then the rest of these look like they're actually not involved with anything. Okay. Sketchy Cats are navy. Navy. Okay, I'm going to put these over on the snap bin because then they're like corralled. Not the snap bin, the clip bin. The clips. And then this one, oh no, it just got sewn. And Banana Cats needs to also be turned wherever I ended up putting the stuff. There we go. Okay. I think this was supposed to have a beige lining. I can't remember. We're going to go with beige. I feel like beige is the right color for it. Trim down this excess interfacing here because, hi, that is a lot of excess interfacing. Clip. Zip. And then this just kind of goes away for now. Okay, I'm gonna put the handles with the ones that have the zippers anyway, because I think that makes sense. Like, Katie, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. I don't either. You and me both, folks. This is why I include you in the we sentences. It's sometimes the royal we. Sometimes it's you and me, as in you're along for this crazy journey with me. Do-loo-loo-loo, do-loo-loo-loo, do-loo-loo, do-loo-loo. All right, fold this up a little bit, turn this, pop it under, and go. Flynn! Dude, I know you're pretty, but come on. What is with you and Dahlia being such pests today? Okay. Like, did he stop the stream? Did he here, he's a very happy boy right now. You can tell by that little pink nose. Very, very, very happy. Oh, yeah. All right. Is that what you wanted? You just needed some attention. You are not allowed to go up there. I've already got to go in and you pushed the camera back. There we go. Okay. Do you want to stay or do you want to go? The purrs are real though. All right, happy cat. What do you think? No, you can't go that way. And you won't fit that way, so you better go this way. All right, see ya. Just so you know, the quality control inspectors are on duty today, apparently. Somewhat. Just barges in. Dahlia's still in her cat tree with the heating pad because she already did her rounds. She was like, oh my goodness. Crazy cat. Okay. Do-loo-loo, do-loo-loo, do-loo-loo-loo-loo. Do-loo, do-loo, do-loo-loo-loo-loo. Oh boy. Oh, good. Okay, so there's that one and this one and And do I have the frogs? The frogs! Yay! The frogs are also here. Good. Okay, so these are all here. Good, good, good. And they're all going to be white linings. Which one are we going to sew first? I don't know. Whichever one kind of jumps out at us, I guess. Vending machines! Yay! Vending machines! Vending machines! White lining. And it's got this teal zipper, aqua zipper. And then all three of these handles can go back in the bin for now. Yeah. Ugh. My hip was like, pop. Okay. All right, so this is apparently a much larger piece of fabric than need be for a small box bag, but I do prefer that it be larger than too small, so whatever, we'll just trim it down afterwards. It is always better for the lining to be a little bit smaller than the exterior anyway, and that's just something that I adjust as I sew it typically as well. If you notice, I'll fold it like in half and kind of match the bottom, or make sure that the interior is a little bit smaller than the exterior in general. Oof. Ding, 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 ding. Done. Zippy zip. There. I know. I was like, I just literally ate lunch, but actually it was about 2 hours ago, which is why I'm getting like snacky. Like, I want a snack. I don't really need a snack, but I want one. Right. Zoom. So yeah, so we fold this in half right here, match up the edge with the zipper and the top edge and the bottom edge, and then I fold this over, and I already know this piece is way too long, so we're going to start with about that much poking out the top here, and actually that's exactly where I want it to be. So then the lining piece ends up ever so slightly smaller than the exterior piece. Now, lots of times patterns will get you to cut that smaller anyway. I am a chaos creator, so I have the cut sizes that I want, but I do not adjust the interior to the exterior, like the interior cuts to the exterior cuts. I just cut the same amount and then deal with it now, which I find has served me the best anyway, because then I'm able to match the exterior to the interior, or like the interior to the exterior more, rather than like having a cut that has to be quite so exact. Obviously they're still within the range of error, but I'm gonna shut up there. Again, lots of words for very little content, but this works, and I will trim that down so that you don't got all of that on the inside of your bag. If this ends up being your bag, then that goes into the bin for my friend to stuff her amigurumi. All right, frogs. Nope, crackers next. Crackers, crackers, crackers. Cracker cats, cracker cats. I'm going to also take apart these, hopefully. Because the frogs are also going to be lined in white, so I'll make sure that I've got at least 2 white pieces lined up here for the next couple bags. Okay, and then the cracker cats gets the white lining as well. And then they've got actually like a golden brown zipper, because that matches the color of, I call these cracker cats because they're in between all these Japanese senbei, they're called, which are Japanese crackers. And we're going to use this nice golden brown color because it's just a cousin of some of the colors of these senbei. So burnt umber or whatever, whatever you want to kind of call it. Sienna, it's like kind of in that range. These are definitely, I think I cut these. Oh yeah, these were custom order last summer, so they're the back cuts for those. So now they're finally getting sewn. At least it adds variety to the whole, like, well, basically what I'm going to go with is it adds variety, because there'll be older prints, there'll be newer prints. We're all over the place, so it's not like everything is exactly the same. The Kato is available only in new prints. No. There's new, old, there's a good mix. Basically, as I found more large box bag cuts where I'm like, I don't know where the handle for this is. They've gone into the Kato bin, that sort of thing. This one didn't shimmy as much. That's interesting. All right, and I will cut down that interfacing at the top after we get this done too. Oh, come on. There we go. Zip, zip, and in. And good. That is at the right spot there. Done. And then we'll trim down this interfacing. And this interfacing, because apparently it just wanted to be all over the place on this piece. There we go. And then, now the frogs. Should have done a count when I started sewing these. I don't actually know how many we have to do today. I doubt that we'll get all the zippers installed today, but maybe. Be kind of cool if we did, but it's what, 2:45? Yeah. And I will head upstairs when Dal starts making dinner, because it was a little bit too chaotic last night between kids and dinner, and yeah, 2 sets of hands for children and dinner is far more pleasant and less stressful. I know it can be done, but it's also like, if you don't have to, why do you? So that's why I've kept back. I was turning all those card holders and everything, but I kept them back, and now I will do that when I head upstairs. Go. Frogs. These frogs are also on what I call the Dobby, so it's got a slubby warp and weft. So it's a really lightweight fabric, but it's got a really cool texture. A lot of fun. And you know, if you're a knitter or a crocheter, you know a lot of the time you end up ripping it. Ribbit. The frogging. This could be your frog pile bag if you really wanted it to be. It's also like very traditional Japanese print, and I'm like, why is this giving me such like traditional vibes? But then I remembered that there's like a bunch of woodcut prints and scrolls and like artwork of like frogs and rabbits and everything like that. I'm like, oh, that's why, because it is something that they've got in their iconography a lot. So maybe like not this specifically, of course, but like adjacent sort of thing. All right, using the nice hot pink zipper with the planets because of the hot pink in the planets. These planets are also slightly sparkly, so super cute. And we're going to use a blue lining because I've got blue lining in here. We may as well use it for the ones that are like super obvious. Could use blue lining sort of thing. I hope I put the zipper into the vending machines right, because it is directional. Yep, I just subconsciously did it. Okay, I don't even remember thinking about that when I was putting it in, but apparently I just did it because I'm like, my brain went, this is directional print. It's not a directional print. I don't know why my brain went, it's a directional print for the planets. But I was like, wait, the one that was directional was vending machines. So, right, paying a little bit better attention to that in the upcoming bags. This was a little bit wider selvage to selvage, so it is going to probably, I'm going to pull the exterior up a little bit more than I typically would, but we'll just see how the interior matches up here first, and then we'll make that decision. Yeah, the interior is far too small. Scoot this up maybe a 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch. Okay, one more little ups-a-daisy. There we go. I didn't stretch a lot, so I'm not too worried about that at least. We'll still mark it a little bit higher than the required seam allowance, and then I'll mark the actual seam allowance up here. Goodbye, ruler. Good to know you. Oh. We are out of bobbin thread. Oh, okay. So did this actually get finished on this side? Yes. And did this one get... Oh no, we ran out. No, we're good. Are we good? Are we good all the way through here? We are. We literally ran out on the very end there. All right, I'll take it. It's like, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's like, yes, I've won sort of game, some sort of game. All right, next bobbin in. I know I said I was going to do bobbin counts, but I totally forgot to do bobbin counts, so we're just going to have to deal with it. Maybe we'll do an August bobbin count just because it's like that is probably going to be blow everything else out of the water, even though it's only going to be 2 weeks into August for what I actually end up sewing. And then because this is a little bit too much, just trim it down. And then that goes into the scrap bin for my friend. Birds, 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 birds. Should we do beige, or was it beige or white? White, because the birds are very white. It's not as, I've got like a ton of white zipper, but it's not very often that you end up running into a fabric that has like a true white. At least I find that that's not the case for me. But in this case, these birds are true white, not off-white, not ecru, not any of those other like sand or anything like that. No, white birds. I really want to know how many bags we have to sew. I know that we're, what, within the 75 range, I think. I think we'll do this one, and then I'm going to run upstairs for a snack, and I'll do the count, and we'll find out. I know it's kind of like a waste of time, but whatever. Whatever. It's okay. these I get done today, the better, because then tomorrow I go upstairs and hang out with Dallas before he goes back to work. Yeah, that would work. Because I can like turn bags and iron upstairs. Can't carry the sewing machine upstairs, but I can do other stuff upstairs. Because I will be online the rest of the week, full time basically, because the kiddos are in summer camps. So preschool summer camps. Get rid of the shaggy edge. It's just the interfacing, it's not actually the fabric. It's just this got pressed together with something else, and so it got shaggy when I pulled them apart. And not the Scooby-Doo shaggy, just regular shaggy. Good. 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 Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. Yeah, I can do turning and ironing and also cutting of the twill. Like the tape for these, actually. Hell, I could even probably put the zipper pulls on upstairs. Okay, inquiring minds must know. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I know this one needs one of the black zippers, so 17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Oh, that one needs to be ironed before I even do anything with it. Whoop, womp, womp. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, holy crap, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. Plus what we've already sewn, so 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. Will we get all those sewn? I doubt it, but I live by the motto, if I don't cut it and don't get it prepped, I will not sew it. So let's go with that. This definitely has to be ironed before I use it. So I'm going to pop it with the card wallets I need to turn out. And since apparently the sushi bag jumped out at me, we're going to just lean into that and do this one next. So what did I say? There's 75 to sew right now, including that sheep one that I just pulled. So 74 to sew. 74. 74, that's a lot to sew. Oh yeah, I was gonna go grab a snack after that. Oh well. Do I need a snack? Don't need it. Do I want a snack? Kinda. Okay, I'll do this one. And then we'll be below 75 and then I'll go get a snack. That's what I will do. think this is a good decision. Good decisions were made. I was saying to move around a bit because my body is like, so we need to have a discussion about how chilly the basement is, but we're not turning the cool up, that's for sure. So. Yeah, I really should be focusing in on those square bags I was talking about, the little hexagon square bags. Because that would be, those are like what I want for Omatsuri, I guess. Oh, man. I really want to keep doing Omatsuri, but it would have been nice if they weren't back to back with Knit City. Also, the selvage on this is fucking amazing. It's all little like sushi, and then the little pokey things that you're seeing there, hopefully, are the little like in between sushi grasses. There we go, maybe. Come on, autofocus. Anyway, sushi rolls and the little like spiky things are the sushi grasses that you end up with in like in the little sushi bento, I guess would be the best description. All right. Nope. Yes. Good. Okay. Goodbye, Cap. See you later. Why do I have Legend of Zelda still stuck in my head? Bah. All right. Down to 74. So it is snack roll time. I will be back in like 10 minutes. all right. I'm back. Let's see just how many of these zippers I can get installed before I need to go upstairs. The Bichon Shih Tzus with like sweets. So the Bichons and sweets. Light blue background. I just realized I will not be able to get all of these installed, mostly because I have to go in and do so many zipper pull installations actually. So zipper pull installations will also go with me upstairs, but that actually does cut out quite a few, so I might be able to actually get the majority of these zippers installed before I go upstairs. Let's just say I will. I believe in myself. I can do it. Okay. There's all the... Where am I? Bichons and sweets. Okay. The other thing, and then I know that this one is right here. I'm going to match up some of these so that I don't have quite so many around in the box. There we go. I think that's the good majority of the ones that are like on top right now. And then I think the rest are kind of buried in the situation. Here's another. There's the sheep, which we already know we gotta iron. And there's the polar bears. Polar bears. And I know that the lined up cats is on this end, or at least I thought it was. Maybe it's not. What is it? Lined up cats, zebras, bunny, and lined up cats, zebras, bunnies, and something. The little polar bears. Okay, not worth. If I don't see them in this trawl through, we'll just continue with the zippers because there's no point in wasting the time looking more. But that does still help kind of lessen the amount that I gotta like dig through every time I go in for these guys. Okay. And these are all attached now, right? Attached. You look like, oh yeah, there it is. And then you are too. Good. Bloop. That goes back over there. This can plonk here. And then this will go back in with the actual clip. Alrighty. 74. 73 that can be installed right now. That's a lot of zippers, guys. Actually, it's not even 73. That's right. Because all the black ones need their zip pulls. Actually, I don't think these zippers have quite as much of a directionality as the 5s do. So actually what we'll do is we will, for the ones that are like a non-directional print, we will install the non-directional prints without their zipper pulls. And then the ones that are directional, we will install the zipper pulls and make sure that they are going in the right direction, just in case. I don't think these ones have as much directionality, but you know what? It's better to like just take that little bit of extra time and caution to make sure before I install it, rather than getting to the end and being like, ah, crap, the like pull is installed the wrong direction. As I did on one of the bags for April, I think. So it's sitting over in timeout right now. I just need to really unpick the ends and like put the zipper pull back on proper, but it's just like, oh, I don't want to do that. They're like, I don't know, maybe I just sell it at a discount because it's like, oh no, because it closes up towards the butt. So actually it's easier than that. I was like the zipper pull or the zipper and the pull tab gets sewn down so many times. It's a pain in the butt to pull out, but what I don't need to do that. What I need to do is just pull the handle out and switch ends. Still a pain in the butt, but not as much as pulling out the zip pull. Totally my mistake too, and it's a good enough fix that I'll fix it before it goes out on the shelf. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. When I say that, it's probably not the shelf like right now. There we go. 73. 73. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I do feel like a Muppet today, so I don't know why. Animal or something like that. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Or the count. 72. Ha ha ha. Hi, cat. How are you? Nope. All right, behave yourself. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that is the lining edge. And that's probably where we'll need to stop. And then this is the there. And we're good to go. Yeah, as much as like it would have been nice to have these made up a few years ago, it's like honestly having them now and getting them mixed in with the new prints and stuff like that is quite nice now that I'm like here doing this work now. So if you are seeing prints that you're like, wait, I've seen that before. Yes, you have probably. Because I am clearing out some of the older whips, which is nice too. At the same time, it will free up space, mentally mostly. And we will eventually work through the bins so that they are, hopefully, eventually empty. Who knows? Maybe they'll never be empty. That would be good too, because that means that I'm busy working on stuff. On all of the things. Ugh. Cat fluff everywhere. Okay, I think we'll do a blue lining for this guy. Again, one of those situations where it's like, could pretty obviously use a blue lining. The other options being beige and white, but white doesn't really suit it, and beige, I definitely have other bags that'll work for just as well. Blue is a little bit harder to match. Now, as long as I can get it detached, will be even more golden. Okay, there we go. Actually, it looks like most of the blue is on this end anyway. And what I mean by getting it detached is I usually put multiple layers of fabric through underneath the steam press, and so that they get like smushed together and interfaced together sometimes. Like this. And that's why we're going to cut off the shaggy bit of interfacing here. Not that you can actually see that, but yeah, there's quite a bit of shagginess going on there. Given that that is what I just saw, I'm going to actually manually zoom you back here a little bit. Maybe not all the way that I normally do, but a good chunk. So you can see a little bit more of the surface that I'm working on right now. There we go. So match up the sewing ends here. So this is the end to match up apparently. Pop those. There we go. I got Chee Chee Bang Bang stuck in my head because that is so much better than anything else I've had stuck in my head today. My God. It's amazing the earworms that I end up getting throughout my work process. Just like, where did that even come from? There's nothing around to hint at Chee Chee Bang Bang right now. Like, what the heck? Floof. Be gone. All right. And oh no, I need to start my next bobbin winding because when we're just going straight and fast like this, it's going to run out and it's going to run out fast on me. So we will start that winding with this next seam. There we go. Good? Good. Excellent. All right. Flippy flip. Ding. Ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Bobbin, 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 bobbin. There we go. And it's winding. Good. I've lost track of how many we've done. 3. So that means that we're down to 71 I can currently sew. Kind of, because I didn't take off the black zippers that need zip pulls for sure. So, but 71. Woohoo. 72 technically, because I guess, 72 technically because of the having to iron the sheep. All right, which kitty cats do we want up? Do we want sitting cat up or do we want curl up cat up? I think we should do curl up cat up. Yeah, curl up cat. Why are you so tall? Okay. You're not supposed to be that tall. So let's trim you down based on the lining and then everything will match up nicer. Or within a little bit of the lining. But yeah, it's like this piece is about an inch taller than it needs to be. I wanna be in Japan. Not right now, but soon. Actually, the best way to be like, I don't want to be in Japan right now is typically to look at the forecast. What is the forecast in Tokyo right now? I don't want to be in Japan right now. I want to be in Japan. I.e., it's already 26 degrees. What time is it? It's 6:20 a.m. Yeah, 6:20 a.m. 36 degrees. It is 7 degrees higher than average. Feels like 29 because the humidity is already 87%. Oh. All right. I don't want to be in Japan right now. Doesn't completely cure me of the desire, but it definitely helps. Doesn't not the worst thing. One of Dallas's coworkers was supposed to be going like now-ish, I think, and I was like, holy crap, man. He's like, I know, I tried. But now they've apparently moved it to like November. So I'm like, okay, that's going to be far more pleasant for them. But his wife had broken her ankle or her leg or something like that. And like February, I think. So it's like part of it was like they ended up like not having any time to plan anything, and then they also, it's like give her leg a little bit more time to like heal as well. Actually, what's Osaka? Osaka's only supposed to get up to 34. Cooler than Tokyo. And 88% humidity right now. And Kyoto is also only supposed to get to 34. 89% humidity. It is a full moon. It is a full moon tonight. Cool. I like that they added the moon phases in Apple weather. Okay. No, that didn't help at all. I still want to be in Japan. Whee! Okay. 72. So this will be, once this one's finished, 71, I think. Sure. Let's go with that. Sounds right, right? Okay, with this one we're going to go with the sitting cats upright. Mostly because that's the way it fell, so that's what we'll do. I really like the pink in the background on this one. And the outlines of the like florals are in like a dark burgundy purple. That looked really good too. Oh, I might have gone a little bit too... Oh, no, that's right. Okay, cool. Never mind. I can definitely tell that the kids were like playing airplane today, so they were getting packed up to go to the beach with the water and the castle and the hotel. It's like, oh man. Apparently our Disney vacation was a very positive experience for them this last time. Super cute. I'm glad though. I'm glad they had fun. Definitely. It's like I really want to go back, but I also want to wait to see. Yeah, I don't want to be back there in like the first couple months of 2025. That's for sure. So, especially in Florida, even in California. She's like, nah. Not this year. Our next planned trip to Disney is 27. But I'm like, hearing them talk about it like that, I'm like, oh no, I do really want to go back like in the next little bit. And they've both grown, so they're both tall enough now to do the next set of like rides, because they're both 40 inches now, which is absolutely insane. And it's like, oh, and it's like some of our favorite rides. So they can go and do Big Thunder Mountain now, which is like, I think I like the roller coasters at Disney, but my absolute favorite ride at Disney that counts as a roller coaster really is Big Thunder Mountain. We actually missed out on being able to do it last time because we ended up with a fast pass that was like right against fireworks, and I'm like, between doing a ride and seeing fireworks, I will always pick fireworks. And yeah, we ended up with not enough time to get on it ourselves, which I was like, oh, I'm sorry, like to Dallas. This is the wrong gray, guys. I need the, this is the blue gray. We need the green gray. 1 second. Clip you on the sewing machine and we'll go see if I can get it. Nala did either. That's it. That's it. Okay, good. This is where the benefit of like sometimes seeing these in 2 different lights helps a lot. And given that we did this with overhead lighting and like no external outside lighting, that makes sense. I may not have picked up on it. All right. White lining, white lining, white lining. Separate you two. Oh no, yeah, there's a couple more sneaky handles. Gosh. God damn it. And there's more. That's what I thought. I was like, I am sure there are more handles in between these layers. And lo and behold, there were more. Okay, I think we're good now. I'll probably rattle a few more out later on. Okay. Let's get this line, and then we'll get those sewn for turning later. Hi, Delia. How are you? Hi. Okay. Don't need to be humming Zelda. Dun 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 dun. Up and here and zip zip, and then under the machine. So when you see me off screen, what I'm doing is I'm pulling everything up to like get it lined up and ready to sew. It's because it's a little bit easier to pull it towards my body than it is to fully like fold it on the sewing table most of the time. So that's just trying to make things easier on me. So. Go. Ready to go. Ready to go. Now Dahlia's like all oh yeah, okay, never mind. So it was 75 bags without the sorry, this has got to go back into focus. I don't know why it came off work focus. Anyway, it was 75 bags minus the bags with the black zippers, because I've already set the ones that need zipper pulls aside. So probably closer to 100. Alrighty, we're in for it. I think it was around 100 when we were in the cutting studio, wasn't it? But let's see. I will be shocked if we get all 100 bags done. Pleasantly shocked, but I will be shocked, especially because there are a few other things I want to make in the interim. But I guess we got 3 weeks, so. And we're not going to add any more Kato. I'm looking at the Kato stock, and I think we're good for Knit City. So the next round of Katos Kato bags that'll be finished will be for Shindig. Only other thing I'm thinking that we should add before Knit City is actually some tote bags, Like I said, I've got a bunch that are like already, the exteriors are sewn like to the canvas, so those ones would be good to finish. Mostly because we don't have like I got some gray canvas, but I don't have any other canvas, black canvas anymore. So unless I've got some in the tote box, then I can't really add more tote bags anyway. But adding a few more would be good because I don't have a lot. And then we'll also do the traveler sling, I think, is the other big addition. So I want to do, so current list, hopefully. And I'm just talking this out loud. Who knows? I'll probably add to it or just subtract to it, depending. We have 3 weeks to Knit City, under 3 weeks to Knit City. We also have Omatsuri on the 10th, so that's 2 weeks. Yesterday. I need to do small box bags for Knit City. I want traveler slings. We've got luggage handle covers and card slot or card pockets, card holders. There we go. And those are like, what do they need? They need their top stitching done. They need an iron and top stitching. So they're like 2/3 of the way done. I don't know why I'm clipping these, but apparently that's what we're at right now. And then the small box bags, the reversible drawstring bags I do need to get done. And then also, what else do we need to get done? The little hexagon square bags. I know that sounds counterintuitive that they're 2 shapes, but it's like they start as a square and then they end up like a hexagon. It's really cool. And I think those will end up, I don't typically line my bags in black, but I think those are going to end up being lined in black because I'm thinking the twill in them will add just a little bit of extra body to them. That will be really nice. So we're going to go with that. Yeah, so what was that? Small box bags. The small things I'm currently working on. Flynn, get off of the computer. No. Oh, this cat. Okay, it looks like everything's good. Okay, didn't disturb anything besides being a jerk. Yeah, I think at least some of those are achievable. The little square rectangle bags would be really fun in Obi as well. But I don't think the pieces would be quite large enough. I guess I could always piece it together, but that is definitely a task for later. Oh, we need to go in, or I need to go in and make a literal crap ton of straps. That's something we need to make. All right. Okay, I need to write this all down on my whiteboard afterwards because it's like, it is a lot to do. We'll see if we can do it. And if nothing else, then we will launch everything on the website in the next little bit. Now you kind of know the trajectory of what's going to be becoming available here soon on the website. And after Knit City, I'm going to take a very, very, very long nap. Actually, I think that's what a lot of that week is going to be, is a lot of recovery and futzing around, just trying to like kind of figure stuff out. Not trying to figure stuff out, but just like, I don't know. Yeah, a little bit of figuring stuff out, basically. White fabric, white fabric, white fabric, white fabric. I had recently that was by Kobayashi. It's like Project by Cotton Kobayashi or something like that. I'm just like, there's been one recently that had that as its selvage, and I'm like, what was it? It's something that's kind of in the same weight as this, that's for sure. Okay, and then I think it needs to go up there, probably. Yeah. Yay. Little market trucks with cats and dogs. It's flippin' adorable. Gotta get more white lining fabric. It all adds up in the end. Exactly. I'm not too worried, but that is the trajectory that's kind of like, okay, if we can do it, we will do it. If we can't do it, well, sucks to be us. What's going to happen? It's not like the fabric's going to walk out of the room and I can't do it later. It's just selling bags in person is far easier than selling bags like not in person, basically, is the big difference, I think. And I get it. We're tactile people. It's a lot nicer to be able to like look at a bag in person and figure it out. I don't know if I would ever order a bag online unless it's been from someone that like I've previously bought bags from. So that's why it's so important for me to do in-person shows as much as possible. Because I actually have seen an uptick in like online sales this year as well. So that's been nice. Just like random though, which I'm going to assume it's probably a lot of people who previously bought from me and then are like buying for themselves, and they haven't been in the system before. That's what I'm going to assume. But yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't know why. Okay. My nose is not itchy any other time of day. So I do not understand why it's itchy down here. What am I using that is making my nose itch? It's not even sniffly. I don't know why I keep sniffling. It's just itchy. White, I think. Sure. Flip it. There we go. It's like, do not sew it with the interfacing to the interior of the bag. That is not where it's supposed to go. Oh dear. Alrighty, here we go. So we're going to sew it from this direction down. So we want to start our seam allowance here. And then we're going to go with, that is the line right there. There. Good. Good. No. Get back in there. Thank you. And then here. Here to here. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. There. Okay. And then, actually, we can just go to the seam allowance on the actual bag because there's enough extra lining fabric on this side to not matter. And then we'll start it up here. I don't think this fabric was actually that stretchy either, so that's good. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Clip. Lining. This is like pastel hamtaro, like hamsters, which it's like the late 90s hamster anime. That's what these guys always remind me of. Hi. Yes, I don't know what's up. What's up? I know you are a cat, aren't you? A very good cat most days. Not all days. He got out of the house and it took us like an hour and a half to 2 hours to find him yesterday. This was like, oh my God, cat. He went fairly far, all things considered. He was about 6 houses down. Had gone up the hill and then went down the hill and just, dude. Doesn't look like he crossed the street, which is good at least, but it's like, come on, cat. Stay close to home. He actually, the house that he approached was 3 doors up and they had their door open. So I think that's why he went up to them. She said that they'd seen him, and I'm like, if you're comfortable with it and you're not allergic to cats, he is extremely friendly. You can scoop him up, and we're down at this address. If you see him again, please just bring him down. He's not the smartest cat in the bucket, or in the, yeah. Apparently, the brain cell was not occupying the body yesterday. He was off with another orange cat, so Now my eyeballs are itchy. What the heck is going on? Shouldn't be having pollen allergies right now either. Ugh. Okay, so that's a lot of excess lining, so I will trim it down here. We've also got guinea pigs. It's all about the rodents right now, apparently. Maybe that's why Flynn was like, I'm going to come say hello because I would like to devour one of these small rodents. Poor small rodents. This one's selvage is like little people. That's cute with books. Nice days. Printed in Japan. And then the selvage, they're all little faces poking up over top of book edges. So we're still working on the small box bags. Still installing zippers in the small box bags. We will be installing zippers in the small box bags until the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse this time. Not quite that bad. But there is a significant number of small box bags. And as Wendy has said, it all adds up. But, oh my goodness. I was already like worked up about the small box bags and avoiding them. And now I'm really like, This is a lot of box bags to sew. Because not just the zippers, it's all the other steps. It's a lot of box bags to sew. So we'll see, what happens. But a chunk of them will be at Omatsuri and Knit City in August at least. Up. I did okay, good. I guess this is like a multi-directional print, so it's not a big deal. My favorite guinea pigs on this one is this stack of 3 right here. They're super cute. Guinea pigs, guinea pigs. Into the bin. Into the bin. All right. Next one is cats are back in town. Fuji, banana cats. Oh, good. We're going to get into some of the ones that I really want to see sewn. Not like I don't want to see them all sewn, but like I definitely have my favorites. This is the right gray. Do you know what? I think this is going to look better with either that nice brown or an off-white. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab the other 2 that I'm thinking of, and we'll see if they look better or not, because this gray is not doing it today. Okay. I've got like 3 other colorways, 4 other zippers. The brown is not it. That is too orange to go with the brown. This is the off-white. That is definitely better than this gray. I thought that I pulled the gray because I thought it would pull out this guy better. But honestly, I think this like umber is probably going to be the best one because this is kind of light for a zipper. Let's see what it looks like on camera. So like it doesn't match these cats exactly, but it's like it doesn't match in the fact that it's like it's a different material basically is what it's giving me. Yeah, I think it's this umber, which is like, it does look, it's very like a big contrast between the background and that, but I think I like it better than that. Yeah, that's not enough. There we go. Drama. Oh yeah, I know. Bread and butter to do the fancy. The passion project within the passion project, right? So. There's stuff under my desk that shouldn't be under my desk. Excellent. I just realized too that I'm like running out of bookmarks actually. Damn it. All the small stuff needs to be redone. And it always like, it's like, oh my God, the small stuff's running out. So like it should be super fast to restock. But then you go into like restock it and it's like, no, this takes a good chunk of time. Oh well, bookmarks can happen afterwards. Although they would have been good to have for Omatsuri. We're just going to ignore that. I am going to face this up so that sexy chicken leg is up. Facing the right direction. And then there. Good. I gotta do the bread and butter though also so that I can go back to Japan. Bread and butter pays for Japan. Let's not confuse this. Although, like I said, I'm taking applications for people who want to just pay me to go do content in Japan. I would be down for that right now. Although I am glad that I'm getting like content ideas for the next time I make the trip. So I am sad that I'm not going to be able to do live videos there though. I'm like, really? That's annoying, but oh well, we'll do what we can do, and maybe what I'll do is I'll do like a live preview of the fabric while I'm in my room at night or something like that. So that could be fun, actually. But yeah, I'm mostly annoyed about the not being able to do the live part because it's just freaking jackasses being jackasses and obnoxious. Few bad apples that make the barrel go rotten, right? So they're doing what they gotta do. I can't disagree with like what they're doing, but it's like, it's just, ugh. Behave yourselves, people, or else we're just not going to be able to go back to Japan at all. That would be even worse. Okay, I think that was okay. Nope, I need a little bit closer to the zipper teeth. I think I can do it a little bit closer to the zipper teeth. There we go. Maybe. Yes. Maybe. Are we good? We're good. Okay, sweet. Trim this down. It's also like, why, like, I know it happens in Europe and everything like that, but it seems like there's been a really high concentration of just absolute dickwads, for lack of a better term, going to Japan and just like, I don't even get it. And like, I get that Japanese people are not like the pinnacle of like, there's people who act like that in Japan as well. But it's like, if you're a foreigner going there and acting like that, why? Why are you doing this? I don't get it. Don't get it. Have some respect. Also, there's very low tolerance for bullshit from foreigners. So it's like, behave yourselves and go above and beyond, because otherwise you're going to wreck it for all of us. You already are. Not you as in who's watching, but like the people going over and being dickwads. I just don't get it still. Mount Fuji. I love this one. It's another Dobby, so it's got that sloppy warp and weft. Really nice texture. We're going to try and line. No, we're not. We're just going to pretend that those are on the diagonal and go with the flow. That's kind of what they are anyway. They're not really like lined up. Okay, good. That reduces some stress with making this one. Okay. Actually, I should like look at if there's been any like super egregious behavior in this area, because we have a pretty high tourism population in Banff as well. I wonder if we've had any incidents of just like what the fuck are you doing? So with Japan, well, okay, so a few years ago there was the whole Logan Paul incident, which the dude was just a dipshit. Sorry, this is going to be full of swearing because there is no better way to describe these people. And basically went into what is known as the suicide forest. I don't know where it is. I don't know the full story. And basically there was a body in the forest at that point, and just super disrespectful about the whole thing. So that was kind of the start of the descent. And then more recently, I think post reopening, I think. Yeah, I think it was after. I can't remember if it was like before they closed down in 2020 or if it was post opening up in 22, but someone was going in and like filming themselves. So this is part of this is like specifically at these YouTube people, filming themselves like getting on the bullet train without a ticket, and then like getting caught because of course they're super on like about the bullet train, as they should be, and then breaking into like construction sites, like just doing all this bullshit to get themselves arrested, basically seeing how far what they can get away with. And then I think the big thing is that they've had a lot of really, like, you have to make sure that if you're showing someone's face on film, they have to give express permission. And so like in the case of like videos that you're posting afterwards, this is super easy. And they kind of the government had kind of shrugged their shoulders about like, lives. They're like, well, I think they're going a little bit by with the like, you're in public, so like reasonable expectations of being filmed, essentially, because like you can't blur people's faces out in a live. It's really hard. So that was where they were at. And then something happened recently that like, I think what was happening is YouTubers specifically, again, or TikTokers or whatever, filmers, were going up and just being like absolute dipshits to Japanese people, and finally they just said, nope, enough is enough. Like, so now you can't even do lives in Japan. Now, obviously, if you're doing them in less populated areas, it's not as big a deal. But like my original thought process was I would go and like do a live in the temple market because, hey, come shop for like obi with me and stuff like that. That would be a lot of fun. Or come hike Fushimi Inari with me. That would be a lot of fun too. But now it's been wrecked. The other thing that they've done is that they've actually banned foreigners from one of the geisha streets in Kyoto because people were going up and like pulling the geisha's hair and the maiko's hair and touching their kimono and just like getting obnoxiously in their way while these women are going to work. That's what they're doing. And so the streets that they closed, they'd had signs around of being like, you have to ask permission if you want to take their photo. Like, just ask permission. But that was the thing. They were getting photographed without their consent, getting touched without their consent. Just like really gross, right? And like the fines were massive. And so finally they just shut them down because these are basically the residential streets for these women in Kyoto. And then what was the other thing? And then the other thing was they've recently, there was a convenience store that was like, it was not intentionally built in front of Mount Fuji, but Mount Fuji was like, it was like the convenience store and then Fuji in the background. So like, it was a really clear shot of Fuji, and foreigners wrecked that too. They've like put a fence up because people were like blocking the street and like getting in the way of people going into the convenience store and just like in general being a pain in the ass. So, and even since then, they've apparently now, even with the fence up, they've been finding like holes in the fence to like do stuff and like that. And yeah, and then there's the guy that like was breaking into the construction sites is basically just there indefinitely until they go get the fuck out and you never come back. I never want to be, no. I would not want to be in Japanese jail. It sounds absolutely horrendous because they basically can hold you indefinitely without like, I can't remember. It's some sort of just on what we would as a Canadian think of legal, barely. And I'm just like, yeah, I would never want to be in the jail system in Japan. So, yeah, people just need to calm down. And like I said, I don't think it's just Japan. It just seems like I don't know. Might just be because I've got my finger on the pulse kind of like what's happening in Japan because I get that news. I feel like it's happening in a lot of other places too, but I don't hear about it as much. And yeah, no, it's just so disrespectful. Like, I don't know. I'd definitely seen a lot of disrespect before when I was in Japan, but not at these levels. Now, I have witnessed some of this, like, it's just kind of, I guess, cultural ignorance or something like that. I'm not even sure, but it was like, the first trip with Dallas, there was this, like, European couple, I think, in front of us. And first off, they put their luggage, like, in the middle of the aisle. There's massive luggage racks all along the train. So there's absolutely zero excuse for that. And then got like all up in arms because they told them to put it in the rack above their seat, which they could have. It was small enough. Those racks are massive. Like you can fit one of those huge airline suitcases above your seat. And realistically, if you're transiting a lot, you should use the luggage shipping service, which we didn't know about at that point. We struggled with our luggage and then we figured it out towards the end. It's fine. But I also knew it's like if you tuck, now this has changed a little bit since then, but this is also like 8 years ago. Now you reserve the seats at the very back of the car and that's where you can put your luggage. At the time that we went 8 years ago, you just basically put your luggage back there and like let the staff know that it was there. Anyway, this European couple did this. Their luggage was not there, but they also didn't put it in the overhead rack. And then they were very loudly making out on the public train. And it's just like, it was making Dallas and I uncomfortable. And I'm like, if it's making us, even as Canadians, uncomfortable, this has got to be making all these Japanese people super uncomfortable. So, because like there's not a lot of displays of PDA. It's like, if there's an older couple holding hands, that is remarkable, sort of thing. Obviously, it's shifted a little bit, but it's like not that much. Not not to the point of making out on trains. And it sounded like they were like making out with fish on top of it. It wasn't like quiet kissing. It's just like, ugh. We were quite a few rows back. So yeah. And here's the thing, it's even like, I know it's also become a problem even down at like Disneyland and stuff like that. Like some guy, I don't even want to go into the story because I don't remember all the details of it, but it was just like completely egregious behavior. And then basically making a sob story that Disneyland was at fault when it was actually 100% him at fault. And it's just like, dude, like if you watch even the edited videos, we can tell it's you, not the parks. So. The ducks. We're to the ducks. Ducks. Maybe on the flights to like Japan, they need to start doing, here are some common courtesy, rules of common courtesy, or it wouldn't be common courtesy, but rules of Japanese courtesy or something like that. I don't know. The thing is like most people flying to Japan are transiting through, right? So yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, your phone is supposed to be on what's called Manamoto, which is like put it on vibrate. no dinging even for your phone or like typing or anything like that. And if you have it on it, then you gotta have your earbuds in or something. So it's just so bad. And here's the thing. This is, so that's the hilarious thing. It's like, they may not think of anything of it. And most of the time I'm all for the proponent of like, you know what? Most people don't care. And like, most people are going to be like, whatever, are you ever going to see these people again? No. But I still vividly remember these people after like 8 years. Ugh. I think they were even, I can't remember. I think they were confused about getting on, like where they're supposed to board or something like that even. I've definitely seen people, now this is a genuine mistake and it's not like something that's egregious or anything like that, but it's like people getting confused about their like train tickets and stuff like that. Having to be like escorted around. And that's not as big a deal because it's like that's part of what the conductor staff is there for. But although at the same time, I haven't ever seen anyone fight that. I think that would be the difference is like if they like we're like, no, I'm supposed to be here. And it's like, no, your ticket says this. Okay, there we go. Which I'm sure has also happened. I'll have to watch for it next time. Also, all signs are pointing towards we will be able to get a direct flight to Japan next year, or the next trip, which will be amazing. Calgary to Tokyo, which will be awesome. And then, because it was like if it looks like it shouldn't conflict too much with Chinese New Year dates or Lunar New Year dates, which is excellent because that is the one concern. And if it does, then we will just transit down, like we'll just fly down into Osaka. And like in and out of Osaka, it's not a big deal. Because the last time I looked at it that way, it was like $500 cheaper for us to go to Osaka because we weren't just transiting through Narita. We were actually going into the country, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how that works, but all right. It's kind of like how flying Calgary to Vancouver and then Vancouver to Tokyo is cheaper than if you if you're connecting in Vancouver is cheaper than if you're just flying out of Vancouver, which still boggles my mind. I still I know the whole argument that the demand for Vancouver or for Tokyo is higher in Vancouver, but it's I'm getting on the same freaking flight and it's like flight AC3 or whatever it is, Air Canada 3 and AC4, and the price for me to fly from Calgary is the same or less than it is for me to fly from Vancouver. And I'm like, how does that work? I don't get it. Yes, exactly. Well, and I haven't seen anyone actually fight about the ticket. I will have to watch for that. But I definitely have seen people hey, this isn't your seat. It's oh crap. And the scramble of I gotta move. Actually, the one that I saw that on was, I think that was November, that first trip back after the reopening. And it was a guy that ended up in the green car when he was supposed to be in a regular car. Nothing, not a big deal sort of shit, right? So I have a feeling there's also a few people that probably push it of well, I can at least sit here for the leg until they check sort of thing. And that is the benefit sometimes to going with people who know or have been before, is that you just don't worry about that sort of stuff. Because people know the lay of the land. It will be interesting to see traveling with the kids, because I don't know if we're going to buy it. I've got to look a little bit more into it, because it's they're both, when we go in 26, they're still both not technically, they both, rewind. When we travel with the children there the first time. This is part why I wanted to go in early 25, is they're both still under free ticket prices. But I have to see if they're free, as in a lap infant is free technically on an airplane flight, or if they're can we seat them in a seat as long as it's not busy, or do we have to buy them a ticket for the seat even if they're technically free, or can I go in and reserve them a free seat and not pay for the ticket? So I'm gonna have to see, because it's I don't really, these children are very active, and having a child sit on my seat or on me even for a not very long ride is meh. Or at least on the bullet train. I know they're going to want to look out the window and they'll be wiggly and all of that. So I'll have to figure that out. Gotta do a little bit. This next trip's going to be very different from anything we've done before. So a little bit of extra research is needed this time. Because that was part of it, is I want to go in early 2025 or 2026, because it's then we don't have to pay for the eldest, probably. I think if we use a seat, we pay for a seat, but I will have to look at that. Not a big deal if we have to, but if we don't have to, they're half the price of adults, so it's not actually that bad. I know on transit it's okay. We won't need to, on the Shinkansen is transit, but I'm thinking more public transit, local public transit, in Kyoto and Osaka, they're free, so. And I'm not concerned there, I'm more concerned about, what do we do on the Shinkansen? Sounds like a Google question for me eventually. And it's not something I really can I want to hold in my head right now, so I'll look it up later. I just gotta remember to do it before we go to Japan. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Off we go. Unfold this a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Yep. All right, we have sewn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 since I came back down from snack. So about 3 minutes per zipper. And so if we've sewn 19 at 3 minutes per zipper, and there's 74, that leaves us with 55. So we got about 2.5 hours more work to get the zippers fully sewn in, approximately. Probably let's say 3 hours. That's not bad. It's not bad, actually. Daunting? Yes. Not bad? No. I just realized that these actually have a stem or they're on a branch, which is super cool. I didn't see that before. Zip, 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 zip. So that's probably going to be about there for that, actually. Actually, it's going to be fun because so one of my friends from university lives over in Hong Kong right now. She teaches English in Hong Kong. And so I asked her if she would be down for coming to Kyoto for the marathon. And she's like, yes. And actually it's awesome because then there'll be 2 adults or 3 adults with the kiddos. I think they'll be even better than they are right now. Obviously, a year and a half more experience is going to be better for all of us. But it's someone that they like, and it's not like a pawning off, but an extra set of hands, which will be really nice. And Dallas has already floated the idea of renting bikes that the kids can be on too, and then they'll bike around and they can like cheer me on from various locations on the marathon route. So that'll be a lot of fun. So. I think I need to go get this little cat tattooed eventually. It's a little curled out kitty cat, and it's got like sakura in it. Either that or the yin yang ones. I can't decide. The yin yang ones have like little plum blossoms in them, which would be super cute too. I think we're good there, but I'll mark the half point from here as well, just in case. And the same up here. Go in here, clamp. Gonna put another row of stitches there just because it wandered a little bit close to the selvage. There we go. Both. Sorry, can you clarify on that, Andrea? I've been talking so much that literally went in one ear and out the other. Oh, both. Yes, maybe I should go get both. Why decide, right? Ooh, sorry. Both would be cute. Both. I should keep a couple cuts of this fabric. Actually, maybe I'll make a mini traveler sling for this, out of this for me. Ooh, there we go. And try to make sure that both of those are on there. That would be fun. I like that idea. I have yet to get a tattoo. I have a bunch of ideas and I just have not taken, well, time or money to do it yet. The big one I want to do is, since Dopey was such a big challenge, is I want to get a castle tattooed, like a Disney World castle tattoo on my calf. And then around the castle will be all the fireworks of the distances that I run at Disney. I think I'll probably want to do one for Disney World and one for Disneyland. It's going to be the big difference. And yeah, it'll be fun. And it'll be kind of funny because we had the half of the half this year, so it'll be a 42.6 instead of 48.6, and then I'll have to go get an actual 48.6 when we complete the actual full Dopey challenge. So it'll be good. And then yeah, actually those would be cute little like forearm, like inner forearm tattoos or something like that. All right, this zip pull doesn't really need to be on here right now, and this will be easier to sew with it off. So we're just going to take it off, because why not? Oh, except, oh no, this looks like it'll be okay. Why am I using such a long zipper for this? Why did I not just clip a zip? And why am I using this and not the other one? Because it's the same color. All the questions, none of the answers. Let me go grab one of the other. Actually, I think I want this with navy anyway, because I'm seeing this gray, and it's like, it is a green gray, but it's not the right green gray. So I'm going to grab a navy zipper instead. Yeah, that's better. Better. This was something I should go do when I'm like in this break from training, is go get a quote for the castle tattoo. That would be kind of fun. And something that I can start adding to as I complete more as well. This is really crooked and honestly could probably use some interfacing under there. Okay. Get out of here. Because we don't have time for that right now. I want it done, but I will put some more interfacing under that edge because that was far too crooked for me to comfortably, like, yeah, I don't want that much interfacing missing. Ugh. Yeah, it's like I'm daydreaming about Japan, and I'm daydreaming about, so when I was there with Caroline last May, we went to a lot of sushi because she has to be gluten-free. Sushi in Japan is typically fairly gluten-free, or if there is some cross-contamination, like she's got a little bit of tolerance for it, so it's not like she was down and out. But from what I could tell, it didn't matter. It was all good. But there's a like kaiten sushi, which is the conveyor belt sushi basically, in Kyoto, and it had smoked duck, and oh my god, it was so good. Still daydreaming about it right now. My mouth is like, smoked duck. You should go have some smoked duck. I just have to remember it's like 36 degrees in Kyoto right now with like 80% humidity. I don't want to be there right now. I do want to be there right now. But then we stumbled on like this little random place that was like, looked like a complete hole in the wall. But then it was absolutely massive on the in the interior. And they had like some of the best sushi and some of the best ramen I've had in Japan. And it's just like, how? It's a chain as far as I can tell too. And like, oh, it was so good. Because yeah, we were trying to go to like a hamburger place, which it's actually like a hamburger steak place. Hamburg. That's what it is. And I think they had run out of hamburger or something like that. So we literally turned around and this sushi place is right there. So Caroline was like, I want sushi. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Yeah, ube sushi. Yeah, I think that was the name. And it was kind of cool because it was one of those ones where you like ordered the sushi and it came out on basically like an express train right to your like spot, which was so cool. And then it would yell at you to make sure that you got all your food off of the tray and send it back right away. Get your food. You have more coming, you glutton. Anyway, I want that smoked duck. The place in Kyoto has been there since I was like an exchange student, which is the hilarious part because I definitely ate there as an exchange student. It was really hard for me to like remember how to get around that side of the station though originally, or like in the past while. But since we were staying on that side of the station that trip, I definitely no longer have that issue. And yes, this sounds ridiculous, but it's like the west side of Kyoto Station and the not west side of Kyoto Station, the central side of Kyoto Station, are two very different beasts. It's like night and day. It's also, I messed that up when I was there in November by myself. In 22, because the guy was like, are you going to the Shinkansen? And I was like, yes, but I had stored my luggage in the central side of it, and so I like had to push that massively heavy bag from Noma Taylor like all the way across the station. Figured out where the elevator was though. There's only one elevator in all of Kyoto Station. Most of it is escalators. It's just like, holy shit. And of course I was like swearing at this bag because it was not moving correctly, and I'm like, what is going on that this bag is not rolling correctly? It's brand new. You like POS. Like, my god. And then I figured out it was an 80-pound suitcase, and I'm like, oh, that's why we were both struggling, because I was also like, why am I so weak moving this bag? All right, I am going to Dallas just said that he's going to start making dinner. I'll just double check in with him what he wants me to do, because I did say to you guys that I'll come up and do it. I'll just find out what he wants me to do. Or at least finish off this like last zipper and then maybe head upstairs. Okay, he's saying they're okay for now. Okay, I'll let him just know. And I also do not know why my computer is pinging. Oh, right, because the cat sat on the keyboard. Usually all the sounds are muted. Usually the sounds route through the microphone technically because it's plugged into the headphone jack, but apparently not today. And Quinn must have unmuted the computer. Because, you know, cats. Okay, that looks like I went a little... Yeah, it should be actually up here. There we go. Good, but he is making dinner, which is good because I'm hungry. Hungry. Apparently our eldest was like, I'm hungry. Oh, there's a little kitty cat in this selvage. A really big selvage. It's like a good... I think that's an inch wide. Yeah, that's an inch wide selvage. Yay. Anyway, carousels will be facing up, which is going to be super cute. The carousels and this parasol floral basket will be as well. I'm calling this one like nostalgic scenes because it's kind of like pastoral, I don't know, or pastoral scenes. Pastoral will be in illustration books. I don't know. Nostalgic scenes. We're just gonna go with nostalgic scenes because I can't reason out my reasoning otherwise. Blah blah blah. Nani. Actually, that's what I should do in the next year and a half is like really studying my Japanese. That's what I should be doing. Kind of like a race though. I think I need to sign up for one of the proficiency tests or something like that, just to kind of like keep a fire under my butt to do this stuff, because otherwise there's no motivation really. Like, yes, there's motivation of like, I'll be there, but like my fumbling Japanese skills right now are typically enough. But if I had a test to push me to do more, I probably could improve them significantly. Second bobbin of the day. Third bobbin of the day? Second or third, I can't remember. I know I did not start the bobbin count again, but I kept forgetting to do it earlier this month too, so we're just going to ignore it for now. Sorry. Actually, one of the other ladies that sews bags in this area, I saw her do an Instagram count of the number of items she produces each month, and I'm like, she's up. The last count I saw was like 1,137 items. I'm like, holy crap, woman. Now, I have definitely gone through and done counts post or pre-Knit City like travel, and it's been something like 450 items for Knit City alone. But yeah, 1,137 items is insane. Hey, Jennifer. How are you doing today? We're currently working on small box bags, and I'm having not slight panic about Knit City coming up in 3 weeks, as Andrea and Wendy know from my continual circling back to that. Basically working towards having stuff to be able to take upstairs and work on tomorrow, hopefully, and a little bit tonight if the kids go feral while Dallas is cooking dinner. So if I suddenly disappear, just know it's because children want to eat my husband. No, not actually. But close. That's what it feels like some days. It's like, feed us now or we'll eat you. So we're well under the 50 mark left for what actually needs to have zippers put in. Been at sewing zippers in for probably about an hour and a half, which means we've gotten about, so I started around 75 when I did the count. So a third of the way in an hour and a half. So yeah, we got about, I was saying about 2.5, 3 hours left of zippers. So we're probably right on track for that. And that was not including the zippers that actually need the zipper poles. So, yay. Oh, here's the cut. I was like, I have stuff that has like Project by Cotton Kobayashi, and here it is right here is the banana cats are Cotton by Kobayashi, or Cotton Kobayashi, or whatever. Project by Kobayashi. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. Apparently I might be hungrier than I thought, because those sentences didn't make sense even to me. Okay. So I'm just trying to get there we go. Basically get the exterior lined up with the zipper, and then the interior lined up with the exterior, with a little bit of gap for interior should always be a little bit smaller than the exterior for so they're not baggy in the interior. So if you see me shaking and rattling it around, that's what I'm doing, is trying to like match everything up and then make sure that it's also a little bit smaller than it should, like the exterior is as well, because gotta do the things to make the bags functional and good. We are coming up on dinner, however, probably another, well, I think it's a pretty fast dinner, so maybe 45 minutes. So I'll be heading upstairs just after 5 o'clock my time. It's 4:40 currently. Strawberries, strawberries. Oh man. That is a lot of thread on the back of this bag. All right, or back of the fabric. That can come out of there. Pop the zipper in here, fold it down, line it up. Mark it out. And then I can already tell that that's above that, so we're going to do a marking right about here, and then that is the actual mark. Okay. Fold and fold, turn, and under. Sewing time. All right. Squeeze. There we go. This way. And then there's a bunch of thread on this side too. What the heck? Where's this thread coming from? I know, the fabric, but like, seems like some fabrics just attract more of the little like off-cut threads and everything like that. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't need to get it either, but it is kind of annoying. It's like, where are you coming from? Okay, making sure that the exterior and is a little bit larger than the interior. Apparently this was a very generous interior cut, unless I've messed up the exterior, which it looks like I could have. Yeah, I did a bit. Okay, let's get this. There we go. Okay, now pull up here a tick. There we go. And then fold this way, and then fold it up this way again. Ding, ding. Okay, so that was too much. Nope, not enough. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm Mr. Donut, man. So, I have a sweet tooth. I am diabetic, but I have a sweet tooth. And so it's like, I don't get to often indulge all of my sweets cravings that I would like to. And it served me well. I have had no complications with my diabetes at this moment. I've been diabetic since 2002. So I will pat myself on the back with that. I've been very well behaved. However, when I'm in Japan, I don't worry about it because I eat or I walk a lot in Japan. And so what just popped into my head is Mr. Donut. The other thing is I think that most of the sweets in Japan actually don't have as many carbs in them and stuff like that. Because they're sweets, but they're not cloying. Anyway, Mr. Donut in Japan, however, has basically it's a fried donut and they fill it with sweet cream. Not custard, but a whipping cream. And it's so good. And they call it an angel donut, or angel cream. That's what it is. It's one of their cheapest donuts and still my favorite. So good. That's just what popped into my head because there's a Mr. Donut in the Kyoto Station main area, and it's so you just go and you get your Mr. Donut before you get on the train to wherever you're going. So good. I want Mr. Donut. It's July in Japan. Do not want to be in Japan in July. I don't want to be in Japan in July. I don't want to be in Japan in July. I can keep telling myself that. Is it true? No. Oh, damn it. I think at this point the big thing is it's just I've had I know that it was very pushing it a lot to go this year, but the fact that it was okay, now you can't go this year and you can't go in June next year, and then it was just oh man. Oh well, I'm spoiled as it is, but I also work really hard for it, so that's why I'm I really want to go. Maybe I can figure out a way to get there in October next year or something like that. A little bit cooler. And in between, although at the same time, then that's only 4 months until our actual big trip. So it makes 0 sense for me to do that. And we've already agreed that in 26, because Natsumi has already said that she may not be able to fulfill the full order even by June of 26, which yay her, that's amazing, but boo me. We'll stick to our original plan of going for the marathon, and then I'll do a second solo dash in and out in October and November of 26. But it's that's a really long time away. Wine, cat problems, a very spoiled cat problem. So these are the cat problems of a Persian who has no breathing issues and is the model cat for what cat food brand has it? Purina? No, Purina's for the, oh my goodness, which one has the Persian cat on the cans? I'm thinking of Caesar's, but that's the dog. Huh. Anyway, yeah, that pampered Persian. Although I did also tell Dolls, so there's a pancake chain I think they started in Hawaii, But they're called eggs and things, and they make pancakes, and the pancakes are literally just a vehicle for moving whipped cream off your plate into your mouth. The pile of whipped cream has to be like this tall. Anyway, they're also really good pancakes. I think the one in Osaka is closed, but there's one in Tokyo. I'm like, we'll have to take the kids to that because they will just like lose their minds about these pancakes and the amount of whipped cream. They also do unlimited coffee, which is extremely rare for Japanese restaurants. And actually the one that's in Harajuku has a patio, which is also rare and really nice actually because it's tucked back on like a back street. And so it's just like a nice chill location to go have your pancakes. Yeah, because it's not like on Takashita, what you think of when you think of Harajuku. It's like in another section of that district because Harajuku is quite a large district. Whiskas, thank you. That might be it. I'll have to look up. I thought for some reason it was a wet cat food. I know that they also have different representatives, and I might be thinking of a representation cat from like 2 decades ago. Who knows? Or more. One of those things like the Meow Mix thing, where it's like, that was actually a fairly modern jingle, but everyone thinks it's from like the 70s or 80s. What is it? The Mandela effect, basically? I forgot what Whiskas. Oh, it's been years since we fed our cats anything like that. Our cats have mostly been on Royal Canine from like the majority of their lives, in part because so our one cat that passed, he actually had he was constipated when we got him, of all things, and so we put them on a fiber response food that like kept him going regularly, so that's what you just stay on, right? And then when we got Flynn, they were on Royal Canine Norwegian Forest Cat for the longest time, up until, well, manufacturing difficulties with COVID-19 kind of happened. So they were on Maine Coon for after that. And then they've actually had to switch recently because it seems like Flynn might have developed actually an allergy to chicken. Yay. So now we're on a salmon only. Thankfully, it's actually cheaper than the Maine Coon or the Ouija food and also the fiber food. The fiber food, holy crap, it just gone up so much in cost over the last few years. It's not even funny. So I'm very glad that like we don't have to have basically prescription food for the cats anymore. Oh, it's really annoying because most of the wet cat food that you can get is like, or at least the cheap stuff you can get from like from Costco and stuff like that, all has chicken in it. And it's just like, no, that's the expensive food right now. And then I messed up, and this time I ended up with like the little cans instead of the big cans. And I'm just like, oh my God. But at least it worked out because they are actually eating all of that of the one can of food. So I'm like, okay, well that at least works in my favor then. Yeah, I'm like, now I gotta go in and look at the like progression of cats in Whiskas brand. Okay. The thread is apparently out of the needle. I don't know how or when that happened. I really need to get another underlight for my sewing arm. I don't know why I haven't done that. I think I can order it on Amazon and just have it. So I should probably do that. Okay, trim down this side. This was a very generous interior cut, so I think we're gonna have a cut down from both sides actually. Corgis' butts with bread and milk. Super cute. Whee! Corgis! Corgis are done. Get your butts in there. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, there's 10. May as well get the zipper while I'm here. 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Okay, there's 2 stacks of 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 11, 12, 13, the feral ones, Australian cats are all fun. What? There's a mouse plague, really? Also, I totally lost count. That's 14. Let's just say where I'm at 14. That's going to need a black zipper. So 15, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Okay, so 42 with all of the ones that already have their zippers ready to go. And then however many are left that need their zippers done. 42. So we're almost halfway. Sweet. Pretty damn good, to be honest. Okay. Now, scoot off of the ones that just fell under my chair because they're like, we're done. No, you're not. Get in there. Get in there. Yeah, I always wonder about our cats, like who would be the actual hunter? Because I think Flynn would just like cower in the corner and not do anything. I think Dahlia would be the one because she's always hunting the pom-poms right now. Although at the same time, I don't think either of them would know what the fuck to do with a mouse. They'd both be like, whoop, whoop. What's this? It moves. And then they would scream internally. Man, I still remember. So Japan had a really big feral cat population when I was there. And actually, when I went back with Dallas for his first trip, it's like, oh, there's not as many cats around. And we found out that they actually had to do a full cull, basically, because there's too many cats. Now, they do still have a lot of cats around, but they have done a big campaign of TNR, so trap, neuter, return. And you'll see a lot of these cats, they'll have the like ear clip done, and they'll be like on the castle grounds and stuff like that to keep rodents down in those areas. Wow, huh? Anyway, but I still remember the first time there with my, like, being on exchange. And there's a guy on the corner in Kyoto, and he had a tomcat. It had to have been a tomcat. This thing was like humongous, just chilling on his shoulder. But it was like, so sitting on his shoulder is probably a good like 18 inches from his shoulder to its head. It's huge. Maybe not 18 inches, but it was a really big cat. And it was just a mutt too, like, was it Heinz 57 cat? No special breed or anything like that. So, it's insane. Okay. I'm going to try and line this up somewhat, hopefully. Okay, I think those are the lines there. I'm surprised we don't have more feral cats around us right now, because like we live right on the edge of a massive field, so it would end up being like prime feeding. But I guess there is a resident hawk, so that probably explains most of it. So he likes to like hang out along the road right here and hunt in the fields like behind us. Blue, 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 blue. This is really cute little, so basically floral sprays, arrangements, and then there's little black cats tucked in them. A little bit, if you like cats, but you want to be a little bit more subtle about it, I find this print really good for that. And actually on the blue, they're even more subtle than they are on like the just unbleached like cotton linen blend background, or the what other color? Oh yeah, so they're on like a gray, I guess. So like unbleached with the gray floral arrangements, gray and sage, and then unbleached with a like pink and blue colorway. Yeah, we have coyotes too. So yeah, that's a good point. Coyotes, there's probably a cougar around here somewhere. There's probably a bear. The fields over here are like livestock. And the hawk and an owl and osprey. Although the osprey will hunt in the river more than they'll hunt in the fields. So. And actually, the coyotes, I think there might still be a den around here, but there definitely are less than when we moved into this place a couple of years ago, which is interesting. So, because normally, well, at least the ones that we've seen have been having, seems like they've been having some pretty good winters. So I don't know why they would move on, because there's not a lot of like extra construction around where we are. There is across the road, but like not here. Don't know. Okay, continue on the stack in here. I'm like, what did I make crepe cats out of? But we've got, right, the small box bag sold like instantly. That's why we're making this one again. I think I just about hit my done. Holy crap. Okay. My body is like, we need to like talk about the fact that we are actually super hungry. And you should have had a coffee later. Well, I had that cup of coffee around too, so I don't know what's up. Oh well. It can deal. Right, the Taco Cats / Crepe Cats has a very, very generous selvage. Or selvage to selvage width. So this piece will be a little bit larger. We will trim it down because otherwise it's going to throw everything off. And not in a good way. Blah, blah, blah. Go. And up here and do this and then. Ding. Feels like it should be going back and forth like the like a typewriter. Ding. Hey, there's another scrap for the scrap bin. Not like we don't have enough. Oh boy. All right, get this set up. Shimmy. Oh, there we go. Oh, got itself figured out and didn't have to worry about it too much. Doom, 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 doom. Zip, zip. Up here. Zip, zip. Good. Oh yeah, that was one of the things we tried this week and decided we did not like is we took so we've got the top completely off the Jeep right now, which is way better than having just the like, I don't know, whatever you would call it, the moonroof off. It's way more comfortable, the air flows better, blah, 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 blah. But we've never taken the doors off, and so Dallas was like, well, we got to try it with the doors off, and I was down for that. It made sense. No, not for us at all. It was super uncomfortable. Now, granted, we gave it a really good test run. It's super uncomfortable on highways, at least. And like a lot of our driving is highway driving. So we put the doors back on because with the crosswinds that you can get and stuff like that in this area, it was like, we were just like getting beaten up. Almost tore Dallas's sunglasses off his face at one point, and like hats and everything like that. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, but honestly, I end up mostly throwing the salvages into the bag. So just so you know, you have cute, super cute salvages usually tucked into your bag underneath your top stitching. Sometimes, not all the time. All right. All right, sounds like the gathering of the children for dinner has begun. So I'll finish off at least the marking here, and then food. Oh yeah. All right, I will pop this in, and then I will be off. I'm playing it by ear on whether I will be back down tonight. If not, just know that I am working on turning all the things so that I can iron them tomorrow. I will be streaming for sure on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and in the evenings as well. So I'll chat with you all soon. If I don't chat with you again tonight, bye.